All right. I needed like two things, and I forgot one of them, which is my laptop charger. So I'm gonna run and grab that quickly. Realized that I didn't have it the second I hit stream. So let me give you guys a second to come in and let me grab that quickly from wherever it is so that my laptop doesn't die midstream. Okay. All right. There we go. Grace is averted. All right. Hi, guys. I hope you are doing well. And we're doing an all signs. I feel like it's been a hot second since I've seen you, and I've missed you. And I hope you're doing well and that the end of Cancer season didn't kick your butt too hard. It has been kicking mine, not gonna lie. Us watery people, we be feeling all the things, but I hope that you guys are doing really well. What's up, Kelly? What's up, Fib? Hi, Josephine. Hi, guys. And yes, so the topic that we're doing for this particular all signs is 3 truths: your truth, their truth, and the truth. Basically just, it doesn't have to be a romantic situation, but it could come through that way. But this spread kind of looks at the current energy between you and someone who is prominent in your life or who is prominent in your energy. And your truth surrounding the current situation, their truth, and then maybe a more objective truth that falls somewhere in the middle, or who knows, right? So we'll see what wants to come out. And we're also going to look at what's happening in the near future between the two of you, perhaps. So keep in mind that energy is fluid and changes all the time. And so it could happen that the roles are reversed, or that what comes up as a prediction in the near future doesn't end up actually happening, because people have free will and can change their mind at any given moment, right? So all that tarot can ever do in terms of making predictions is just read the current energy and then kind of see where you're projected to go based on where you're at right now, right? So that trajectory can always change if people change, if you change, if the vibe changes. So keep that in mind. And the roles could also be reversed, since this is a general reading and all that stuff that we have to say. So if I'm talking about your truth in the situation and it sounds more like their side of things, then just reverse it and take it how it hits for you. Okay, babes? All right. Let's just take a second and sink into the energy a little bit more. And then we're going to get started with Aries. Am I forgetting to say anything? The timestamps will be in the pinned comment and the info box when the stream is done, but I can't add them until then. So during the stream, if you come in, there's going to be a cute little gif up here in the right hand corner, and you'll be able to see what sign we're currently on if you want to know. Okay. Yeah, we just kind of flow and the lives can sometimes be long. So if you're not a patient person, I feel you, I see you, I still love you, boo. Don't take it out on me, because this is how my intuition works. Just come back at the end of the stream when there are timestamps up and hang out with me then, okay? So, how are you guys doing? Let me come back to the chat and actually see things. What's up? Retracted messages. What did you say? Just kidding. I'm sure it was highly inappropriate. Okay. Water wave emoji, and YouTube kept putting a heart emoji. YouTube with its shenanigans once again. Okay, I'm gonna cleanse the energy a little bit. Also give my oracle deck a little cleanse here. We're gonna use Big Mama, which is just the oracle deck that I've created perfectly imperfectly. You'll see what I mean. But yeah, we'll get into it here. So you guys can feel free to set an intention at this time if you do have someone that you kind of want to get more information on where you stand with them, or just more clarity on all of the perspectives of the situation so that you can better relate to someone or better understand someone. You can always set an intention or ask Spirit to send something through for you. In regards to that, there's no like for sure promises or certainty around that, obviously, but my little spidey senses will do the best that they can do to pick up on your energy and bring a message through for you, okay? These readings are also timeless, so whenever you happen to come across this reading, if you feel called to it, then feel free to watch it. It's probably for you at that time. And is there anything else I was gonna say? I feel like there's one other thing. You can cross-watch for the sign of the person that you are kind of wanting more information on. If you feel called to do that, just use your own discernment, obviously. And I also don't read for a particular placement. So you don't have to watch just for your sun sign or your moon. You can watch for your rising, if you have a stellium, if you're just like really resonating with a particular energy from your chart, then feel free to watch whatever it is that feels like it aligns with you. I feel like I need to push this back a small amount. It's not really working the way that I need it to though with that, so okay. And then let me know if you guys can hear me okay as well, because I can turn up the, I think I actually will do that a slight amount. I'm just gonna turn up the sensitivity on my speakers so that you guys can hear me better. I also have a fan going because it's hot as hell. So we'll turn this up so that it makes it a little bit easier for you to hear, okay? Hopefully that's better. You had your B-day. Happy late birthday. You went to the casino and won. Woohoo! That's awesome. What's up, Stephanie? What's up? Okay. Let me focus my scattered energy so that we can begin. Okay. Aries, my loves. Let's see what's going on for my spicy little hot tamales. See what's going on with you first. I'm gonna timestamp for you once the cards are actually down and we're starting the reading. Because not everybody cares about watching the shuffling and pulling cards process. All right, Aries. The Aries collective that most needs this message or insight into a specific connection. Tap me into that connection clearly and directly. the truths from all sides, so that Aries can have a deeper understanding of the relationship and where it's currently at. What's going on here? Some clarifying cards here for you. Tell me more about Aries truth. Love that. Okay. And this other person. Wow. Okay, this other person has a lot to say. Slow down, homie. We're going at my speed, not yours. All right, tell me more about this person's truth. Oh, now you don't want to talk, huh? All right, there you go. One more. Okay, now, not that many, just one for the truth. Okay. We'll have to clarify that a little bit. All right. See what is going on with you, my loves. Where are we at? Hey, Aries. I hope that you guys are doing wonderful. And let's take a look at what's going on in this connection for you and how you guys are both sort of perceiving things, what the truth is for each of you. Ugh. We're on the squeaky couch still. You guys will. Those who know, know. Those who don't know, you're soon to know. This couch is squeaky. Okay, so I'm going to start, well, actually, I'll look at the current energy between you guys first so you can kind of read the situation and get a vibe for who this might be in your life, and then we'll do your truth and their truth and the truth. Okay, so the current energy between you and this person, Aries, is the Two of Cups. I like this Two of Cups. It's adorable. Very watery. Well, the Two of Cups talks about alignment with another person. Not always on every level, but on an emotional, spiritual level for sure. Kind of like I was going to say where it counts most, but I guess the physical element of being in alignment is also very important. But this is like to the heart and soul sort of level. It's feeling like this could be a friend, it could be a best friend. It's someone who you don't mirror one another necessarily. It's more like you liberate each other to be your truest selves. There's a level of comfort with the Two of Cups it allows for this ease, this flow between two people that can feel pretty effortless. With the Two of Cups, you could also feel like you have a spiritual connection with somebody. Because again, with that alignment on those particular levels, sometimes this card can talk about a telepathic connection or something like that, where you can tune into the other person. Or it just, maybe you finish each other's sentences, or you feel very on the same page in terms of the current feeling, though. So this could be like, let's say you're hanging out with your best friend and you haven't made plans for the day yet. And then you both like say that you want to do the same thing at the same time when you had a billion options, right? It's like your head, your heart, your energy is for the most part in the same place with the Two of Cups. So let's get a little more on the current energy. But it feels like this is someone that your heart space is currently aligned with, and it feels good. It feels good. It could be something relatively new. Yeah, the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. With the Two of Cups, you haven't like gotten super far with someone yet. That doesn't mean that it's not deep, but it just means that it could be something new, right? Newer. Maybe someone you've just become friends with, or you've gone on a couple dates with. You already know that you vibe, but there hasn't been enough time to truly put in like a deep level of investment or commitment, tangibly, physically, like time-wise, because maybe that much time hasn't even passed. Or this could be someone that you... okay. This could also be someone... Let's just get another clarifier. Why the Seven of Pentacles in reverse? Okay. There could be someone here. I don't know if it's this person or not. But you could be moving on from someone and connecting with someone else. Like phasing out of something that didn't feel like a really solid investment, not waiting for it because it essentially didn't feel abundant or like it was expanding, like maybe it reached its ceiling, you know? And so you are choosing to move in another direction, and that direction is feeling really aligned, and it's feeling light. It's feeling, yeah, new maybe. The Ace of Cups, the Hierophant. But there is this past energy that feels kind of present. So I just want to see why that's coming up in your current energy. Maybe both of you are transmuting something in the heart space currently. And that doesn't have to be around another relationship. It could be you're both healing from something. You're both integrating a lesson that you recently learned. Or you're both in a phase of transition where you're moving from one kind of way of being or time in your life to another. But I do see that there's something here that you might be leaving behind. And it's almost like you're still in the process of pulling back your energy from a past experience. I'm seeing you still being present in alignment with whoever this Two of Cups is representing in your life, but can I get another card on the Seven of Pentacles in reverse? Could also be someone that you're connecting with at a distance, but you're not, like, you can feel them in your heart. You can feel them in your energy, but there's no physical, tangible communication or investment going on. Three of Wands in reverse. There's something here about something from the past that made you feel a little bit insecure, which is interesting for Aries. Usually that only happens when we really put ourselves into something and really like go for it, balls to the wall, you know? And then made to feel stupid for like loving someone or for treating them well. Which you should never feel stupid for, but usually that we feel embarrassed when we're taken advantage of, right? In some sort of way. So maybe that's something you're dealing with, but it kind of feels like there's something that you're not looking for on the horizon anymore. Like you're not expecting it to show up. You didn't like the way that it made you feel with the Queen of Wands in reverse. And there's, a transmutation or a transformation of something that was confusing and a little bit, it doesn't have to have been painful, but I feel like it made you question yourself in some sort of way. And maybe that was necessary to push you to this transformation. But I think that you're transforming, you're kind of swimming through maybe some confusing or muddied waters in regards to your feelings and your own security around yourself and what you bring to the table and what you want for the future, what you see for your own future. But I do think that this connection, whatever's showing up in your current energy, Aries, it's coming through as like something that is aligned, but it doesn't feel too heavy, too deep. It feels kind of comforting in a way. So let's move into your truth, their truth, and the truth, and we'll see if we can get more information on this, okay? Okay, so your truth. Your truth is coming through as Temperance. You could have Sagittarius in your chart somewhere. This is kind of a weird card. It has this very approachable looking angel on it. But Temperance is the card associated with Sag. So you could have Sag in your chart prominently, but you don't have to. And then you also have this quote by Anais Nin. My girl, you live out the confusions until they become clear. Yeah. That's the Death card with the Seven of Cups. You could have strong Scorpio in your chart as well, because both Death and the Seven of Cups, they're both Scorpio cards. You're finding balance. You're just regaining your baseline. It feels like you're moving through the confusions, but they're not drowning you. It feels like you're moving through them consciously with an awareness, like you're integrating as you go. It feels really mature. And I love that you're in the energy of Temperance. It's a very self-aware energy. It's spicy, but balanced. Like, it's not balanced and boring. It's not balanced and rigid. It's still mutable fire. It's still a wildfire, right? But Temperance, because it is associated with Sagittarius and Jupiter energy, it does expand very quickly. It is a potent energy. And so it has to be handled somewhat, just like fire. It has to be handled carefully because it can become a little scary or ungrounded when it gets out of control. So I think that you're just aware that you're balancing something out. It's happening on a deep level. It's happening on a deep emotional and spiritual or soul level, it feels like. But it's not slowing you down from living your life. You're not like stuck ruminating in a space of confusion. You're just taking it one step at a time, it feels like. You're not like fixated on something to try to dig into it and extract or uncover the truth. It's almost this energy like you're telling me the more distance from it I get, the more perspective I will have, or the more that I just live out the confusions, like they'll sort themselves out. It's an energy of trust and faith in your own process, in your own experience, maybe even in this connection and the way that it's going. So I think that that's beautiful. It feels really, there's like a gentleness and a calm to it that's really nice. Okay. Tell me more about Aries truth surrounding this connection specifically. So in regards to this, there you are. There's the fiery little horny Aries that we know and love. I love you. Some of you are moving away from something from the past, or just existing a different way in the past. Specifically, like there could be something that was Ten of Pentacles, like well established or even traditional in some sort of way, and I feel like you're breaking out of that. You're doing your own thing. You're establishing your own balance, your own boundaries, your own desires that you're chasing. And you don't claim to have it all together. You're working it out as you go, but I feel like you trust your desire. You know that it's there for a reason. And you're open to it, where it takes you, where it guides you. You don't have to have it all figured out. You just have to trust yourself. So I like that. But I am getting two distinctly different stories here for this reading. So take which one is for you, or if they both somehow overlap for you, then take that as well. If this is someone who is new in your life, then like I said before, with that Seven of Pentacles in reverse, you just haven't had too much time yet to connect, but the way that you have connected feels good. It feels like you're balanced with each other. You're on the same level. You've been open with one another about where you're at, or else you just intuitively are aligned. It feels like there's like an emotional safety, though, with this person that you can feel, no matter how long they've been in your life. But there hasn't been a large amount of time to physically invest or give to the connection, and so you could still be feeling it out, right? Living out the confusions until they become clear. Just staying balanced within yourself while you get to know somebody. And for you, I think that's important because you are really fiery. And that is a wonderful thing. That's not a bad thing at all. But it requires a specific tending to keep you and others safe, right? Just like any element does. Just like water, earth, or air. They also have their own stuff. But fire can be... it can be a little bit impatient. It can follow its lower desires or just get sucked in by like lust, or, you know, not that lust will always mislead you, but it can just rush into things sometimes without thinking about whether there's something deeper there. So it feels like you are just, again, it feels like you're conscious, you're intentional, you're present. There is something that's kind of like catching your attention and getting you a little hot and bothered, it feels like. So it's not just this like watery, soft la la la. I don't know why I was hearing Enya. Who can say where the road goes? Whatever, I don't know. Oh, actually maybe that's a channeling, because she says, who can say, what did she say? Only time. Basically, you don't know where something is going, only time can tell you. So that could be the approach that you're taking, whether this is a new person or someone that you have a well-established connection with already. But if this is someone that has been in your life for a while, it feels like right now there's either not as much time and energy or investment being put into that relationship. You don't have to be in no contact, but you could just be more focused on yourself or personal goals. It feels like the connection is still very much intact from a heart and soul level. even if you're not putting as much time, or even if you're not directly in contact with someone. It feels like some of your energy still wants to flow in that direction, and you're not like denying or avoiding that, which is good, because it doesn't do any good to deny or avoid how you're feeling. But if it's someone from the past, then I feel like you're both just kind of more focused on yourselves at this time. It doesn't mean you're totally shutting each other out or the energy out of the connection, but I feel like you're pouring some of that energy into personal goals that might require your time and focus, and you to not get distracted. Anything else about that? I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I don't think there's... You could be somewhat disappointed, or one of you could be disappointed about this. If it's someone from the past, then it feels like parts of the energy are aligned and other parts are not. Specifically, emotionally and spiritually, you could be very aligned and connected, but physically there could be division there somehow. With the Six of Pentacles and the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, it's like there's an imbalance in what you can give physically, maybe how much time you can give to show up in a connection. Maybe one person is busier than the other. Maybe you don't live in the same place. Maybe there's something about a restriction on the energy that can be given that's throwing off a bit of that practical sort of balance, that it may have created a little bit of disappointment in the situation. And so maybe the two of you decided to pull back to just kind of balance out your own energies and focus on some of your own goals, dreams, and just your own daily life at this time. Okay, so let's take a look at this other person's truth. That is coming out as the Six of Swords. With this card. Okay. Getting trippy with it, huh? All right, we are entering meta now. Now we're gonna start talking about meta things, I see. Well, this is definitely... I mean, it's a connection that you feel on some sort of deeper level. It just is. You feel tuned into this person's energy, despite time, distance, whatever. There's something here that you can't really logically explain about this connection with this person. And this person is very aware of that. The Six of Swords, they could be expanding their understanding or opening their mind to more deeply understand this dynamic, because it feels like it has been a little bit confusing or trippy for the two of you. Because you have this, I'm living out the confusion, right? And this person has this card, which speaks for itself. Someone is revolutionizing the way that they think, though. They're moving out of a state of like being too in their head, overcomplicating things maybe that don't really need to be that complicated. Maybe being fixated on something that it would be good to approach it by just letting it work itself out a little bit more rather than fixating on it. I'm just kind of getting that energy of something that the more that you focus on it, it doesn't get clearer, you just get deeper into it. You know what I mean? But it doesn't necessarily become simpler. If anything, it might just become more profound and less easily understood the more that you dive into something. So it feels like this person's truth is that they are... there's a level of... what's the word I'm trying to say? They're kind of regulating their involvement, specifically how much they think about something. But I feel like that's something that they haven't always done. This is someone who was in their head at one point about the connection between you, and they needed to evolve into a healthier headspace because it feels like that was confusing them and throwing them off a little bit. Can you tell me more about this? If this is someone new, though, then this connection is opening their mind in some sort of way with the Six of Swords, and it's positive. It's almost like beauty is growing in particular places within their mind that they weren't expecting it to grow. So maybe they weren't expecting to feel seen or understood in a specific way, and that's been healing, even though you've just connected. Something like that. Let's get more, though, on that. The Devil in reverse. We love to see it. And the Four of Swords in reverse. I told you, this is someone who's been detrimentally in their head to quite a great degree. If this is someone new, then this is just like, historically speaking, there's someone that tends to kind of overdo it in the thinking realm of things. Like they get into a place of rumination or even obsession with the Devil card. It's just when there isn't a level of moderation, healthy moderation. So this person could have ruminated a lot on past connections or their own insecurities within connections, within intimate connections. Specifically, it's where they feel really seen. I'm feeling that really strongly. When this person feels truly seen in an intimate kind of way, in a way that most people do not see them, or in a way that they're used to being misunderstood, it stresses them out, but at the same time, it's what they're seeking, it feels like. It's what they want, but it also scares them a little bit, which is understandable. But they're trying to move into a healthier headspace where they're not, it feels like where they're allowing themselves to connect more from the heart and soul, rather than just like overthinking the crap out of a situation, because that's not giving them the clarity around it that they actually need. And it feels like they are realizing that that approach hasn't really done much for them. So I see you guys both seeking and establishing more of a state of harmony and balance individually, which I think is being like, that's shown within the Two of Cups. There's an emotional, spiritual equilibrium between the two of you, even if there isn't a physical one. Okay. Anything else about this person's truth? All right, let's look at the truth. So the truth is coming through as the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. And this card, which is the scene from Greece, where they are singing this song. I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control, 'cause the power you're supplying, it's electrifying. Okay, but that song is also, you better shape up, because I need someone and my heart is set on you. So there could be something, it could still apply to someone new or someone from the past, but there's something with the Nine of Pentacles in reverse that is, again, it has to do, the instability or the lack of balance is physical. It has to do with practicality. It has to do with how much time or space do I have in my life to truly make room for this relationship or to integrate it into my world. Do I have the finances to, like, am I standing on my own 2 feet financially? Do I have financial freedom that allows me to feel confident building something with someone else right now? Or is that something that I feel like I need to take care of? This could also be something like with your habits, with your health, with your day-to-day routine. Something there, it feels like, is not currently where you guys want it to be, but there's a huge amount of pull towards one another, like magnetism, and the energy that you feel from one another. It feels electric. It feels activating, and it feels there's an undeniable pull that's there on both sides, and there's a willingness to evolve. There's a willingness to change that I'm seeing, because in this scene from Greece, from the musical Greece, this is two people that come from very different walks of life, or different sides of the track, or however you want to see it. He's kind of like a bad boy, leather jacketing it, and just, the cool guy. And she's very straight edge, with her like little pink cardigan, and, like all put together. And this causes like this weird surface level division between them through the movie that they have to sort out. They have to be able to compromise and meet in the middle without losing their own identities. But I think that they also realize that identity is it's just the ego, right? You can have a strong sense of self and understanding of yourself without getting wrapped up in a particular identity, because we're always changing. You're not going to stay the same person your whole life. You're going to have experiences that move you, that inspire you, that break you, that cause you to pivot, that shift your perspective, that open you up, right? There's all sorts of things that life throws our way, and it causes us to shift and change. So with these two, eventually at the end, they come to this realization where they're like, this identity that I've held on to protecting for so long is not as important as how I feel for this other person. And they both try to meet each other in the middle. So maybe there's some sort of insecurity around who you guys have been and who you are now, or who you're turning into, or how you would make something work, logistically speaking. But there's definitely no shortage of attraction and pull towards one another. I just see that on both sides of things, there's something personal that doesn't have to do with the other person, that wants to be worked through or stabilized, so that you can each feel more confident and secure moving forwards with one another. Yeah. The Page of Pentacles and the Emperor in reverse. The King of Cups at the bottom of the deck here. There's a lot of feeling, there's a lot of desire, there's a lot of stuff under the surface. But then you have this masculine energy, and it's the Emperor in reverse. The Emperor is about like our ability to be in dominion over our own life, to be the leader of our life, to be the architect of our own fate. The architect of our own face. Yes. The architect of our own fate or destiny, like making shit happen based on what we want out of life and who we know we are and what we're capable of, right? So, this is looking over here. Basically, yeah, it's what I said before. There's a bit of an insecurity, or it's like, it's coming through as the way that you see yourself. And I think this is both of you. But if there's a more masculine person, it could have to do more with them. But I'm getting that this is on both sides. There's an insecurity that you both have that has to do with the physical. And it's making you feel like you're not quite enough, or like what you bring to the table, what you have to offer is small. It's a small offering. And I don't think that that is true. I don't think that you're seeing yourselves clearly necessarily. through the lens of this insecurity. So I think that that's what's ultimately being worked out between the two of you right now. So that, again, you can feel confident and comfortable and clear and direct in where you're moving forwards, the direction, your intention, how balanced things are, what you can both bring to the table, and that sort of thing. It could be hard to stay away from someone. Yeah. If this is like a previously or a well-established connection, then I do feel like there's something with a masculine energy here where they feel a lot, and that's why they're defensive a little bit. It's not because they don't feel anything. It's scorpionic energy. It's because what they feel is profound, and it might take them some time to unpack it or to understand it themselves. So this could be someone that, in order to regulate the depth of their own emotion and how intensely they feel things, they do tend to be private, or they could even come off as a little defensive or sharp at times while they're doing that, right? But then the Empress is here that came out with that. So it was like this. So that is coming between this person and the feminine. But it's like it's how they are seeing themselves. And that's something that they need to work through. And I feel like they are working through that. And you might be, if you're the feminine, like somehow helping them do that, even if you're not directly in their life. Like there could be some sort of perspective around themselves and emotional clarity surrounding what truly brings them joy and makes them feel seen and worthy in some sort of way, I'm feeling. Okay, so in the near future is the Hanged Man in reverse. Well, something is moving forwards. There isn't stagnancy here, no matter like what, who this person is to you, whether they're someone older or newer. The energies are definitely moving forwards. Can you tell me more about the Hanged Man in reverse? The Two of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, there's some sort of choice that's being made. It feels significant, like someone or both people have been in a bit of a hibernation or in a cocoon. Like, it's not giving necessarily at rest. It's giving more this energy of integration, of trying to reach a deeper understanding or move through something that's unclear, that requires time to gain like a higher perspective or more truth around, I guess. But it looks like in the near future, someone or both people are coming out of a state of potentially just taking some time to figure things out, and they're making some sort of choice. Tell me about this Two of Pentacles in reverse. What's the choice? It's an actual action being taken, though, in the physical with that. The Fool in reverse. It could be to take more time to reconcile and heal from something, rather than to leap out into something new right away, or maybe at all. But it looks like there is a decision, like, I'm not gonna sit here or I'm not going to, it's not being stuck, but it is being in a state of deep, like, contemplation with the Hanged Man that can bring a lot up, but it can be a little bit confusing. It's Neptunian energy, right? So it can be dreamy, it can be fantasy, it can be imaginative, creative, but it can be not always the clearest, right? When you're trying to figure out your way forwards. So It looks like because of that, someone or maybe both people are just deciding we want to take a little bit more time to like balance things out within ourselves here, right? And move forwards in a way that feels comfortable and tempered and clear, and also empowered within ourselves individually. So I don't know if that's something that wasn't there previously, but it looks like the theme is really deep healing, and it could have something to do with Pluto in Aquarius, because this is the Aquarian card, this is the Pluto card, and Pluto is currently in Aquarius, revolutionizing us from that vantage point. So you might want to see where that's hitting you or transiting in your personal natal chart, or something like that, maybe with the synastry between you and this person. But there's something very deep that is being transformed and healed. It just kind of feels like, yeah. There's been a lot brewing in this cocoon for one person or both people. And time spent apart is, or time with a little more distance between the two of you, is not slowing down an activating or integration process that has been started. It's still very much like it's got momentum and it's going, right? It's with two major arcanas, it's not something that is really within this person's control, whoever this is for. I kind of think it's both of you, and I think that you feel safer with a little distance because what you feel and what you're processing is deep. You might struggle to find words to communicate it with one another, and you could be frustrated about that, but it kind of seems like something about moving away from each other or a little bit of distance is going to bring you more clarity in the end, okay? That's what I see, Aries. So we are going to move, yeah, it's like something is closing, something's completing, whether it's just a phase in a relationship or the relationship completely. Something needs to fully close so that something new can begin, whether that is a completely new relationship or whether that is a whole new chapter or era and way of relating to one another between you and this person, okay? So take it how it resonates for you. It feels like you are actively building on seeing yourself more clearly so that you can see this more clearly by extension as well. All right. Try to be patient, because I know that that process can take some time and it can be frustrating, especially if you're scared of, I don't know, like losing someone, or I don't know. There can be lots of reasons why we rush back to things before we're ready. So just give yourself the time and try to have faith that if something is for you, then it will be there when it's aligned, right? All right, darlings, let's move on to Taurus. Let's see what's going on. I'm also going to get something to sit on because the lumbar support is just not, it's not popping the way I need it to. That blanket is going to work. Let's see. Sinking into this couch. Sinking into the couch. All right. This provide the support. Oh yeah, that feels so much better. Okay. There we go. Okay, let me see if any of you guys were talking or are talking. Okay. Oh, what's up, peoples? Fib, you're protecting the capital. Oh, you're saying protect the capital. What's up, Squish Bish? Aries gang. Yeah, I love the sound of shuffling as well. Thank you, Fib. Thanks for the 888. It's your ASMR or whatever. Well, I'm glad it feels personal and helpful for you, Steph. Your mom just got angry at you because you planted flowers. How silly. Who would complain about flowers? That seems insane to me. I love flowers. All right. Let's see. I'm just gonna open this a bit more now that it's not so hot and sunny. Because then I don't need this to be as close and it won't be as hot. There we go. That feels a bit better. Yeah, okay. So, let's see what's going on for Taurus now. Show me Taurus. Taurus and this person that they would benefit from a little more perspective around. What's going on with them? Okay. Your truth? Their truth. The truth. Well, good. That's good. The near future. Oh. What's coming up about that? Okay. Let's see. Saying hi. What's up, Christina? Hi, babes. Okay. All right, let's get some oracle cards for you. Okay, clarify Taurian's truth. Truth. Show me the truth. What's going on? Well, okay. Can you tell me which of these cards to keep? Because I'm not keeping all of them. None of them? Okay, we're just gonna pull another one. It feels like this person has a lot of energetic influence from external sources, specifically potentially in their home, like in their living situation. So family maybe impacting, but we'll get to that. One. Okay. One for the truth. Hello, Taurus. Hope that you guys are doing wonderful. All right, let's get into your reading. This bra is bugging me. Bugging the hell out of me. I gotta be honest. Okay. We're gonna start with looking at the current energy between the two of you guys right now, and then we'll see what each of your truths is, what the ultimate truth is for right now, and what is coming in the near future as well. So the current energy between you guys is coming through as the Ten of Wands currently. Okay. Let me turn this down. Okay. Doesn't look like this person's having the best of times. Slightly on the struggle bus, just a little bit. So let's see what's going on with that. Okay. I've never noticed that about this card before, but I just noticed that Saturn is up here in the sky, making itself known there. Okay. So there could be the integration of lessons that have been a long time coming that are maybe part of a bigger cycle or pattern that you guys are both learning, or that someone is learning and bringing the energy of that into the connection here, so that it's felt by both people. And that doesn't necessarily mean that that's like a bad thing and that's their fault, but things are not always perfectly 50-50 and even energetically in relationships, because we go through different things at different times, right? So for instance, sometimes your partner could be going through something like a struggle when you are not, and you can support them through that, and vice versa. So I don't know if it's both of you that are experiencing something that feels a bit heavy, or just one of you, but let's see more about that Ten of Wands. It's kind of just something cannot persist anymore, or you can't resist against something anymore. There's something that's kind of demanding to be witnessed, demanding to be acknowledged and taken care of, because there's an energetic burden around it right now that just can't be ignored. It's having an impact either on one individual person in the connection or the connection as a whole. So tell me a little more about this Ten of Wands. The High Priestess. Someone could be carrying a lot on their own without really communicating it. The other person could be picking up on it intuitively or emotionally, like you can just feel that something is not completely all good with the other. But there is some sort of breaking point. It's an energetic breaking point where this could look like a lot of different things, but it could look like someone who has taken on so many obligations, responsibilities, that it's become really burdensome, and they've been trying to like uphold and show up maybe for everyone, but they haven't been showing up to take care of themselves, and so now their tank is running empty, right? Something like that. But you do eventually get to the point where you have a bit of a breakdown. So this could be like burnout or like getting sick a little bit or something like that, or just kind of like having a bit of like a I just can't do this anymore moment, right? Like I can't carry all this by myself. But it does represent a breaking point. And okay, for some of you it's an ego death that someone's going through, because I just heard that and I don't know. Yeah, that could be the Ten of Wands. I mean, the Wands is your fiery energy, your life force energy, and when that's not in a state of moderation, that can come out as ego in different ways, right? So maybe someone is learning a lesson about ego, or maybe they're reaching a breaking point that is also in alignment with an ego death and something bigger shifting. And if that's the case, then they're having quite a few there's spiritual insight that they're receiving as this is happening. They could be avoiding it a little bit. They could be, yeah. They could be hiding this reality from even themselves a little bit because they don't know what to do about it. Like they don't know. This is giving this energy of like how things have been cannot continue because I'm being crushed under the weight of something. So I know it's not sustainable, but at the same time, I don't know where to go from here, or I don't know who I would be if I wasn't this person, or if I wasn't this way, or if I didn't just do everything that I feel obligated or responsible to do, if I lessened the load, if I focused more on things that actually give me life instead of draining me, what would that look like, right? They may be getting more intuitive insights into that, or emotional insights, but it seems like in terms of actually taking action, they're not prepared to do that. And they could just be trying to avoid like this complete breakdown moment, this crumbling kind of moment, either by holding the relationship together and keeping what they're going through somewhat under the surface, so as to not like bring it up and maybe like amplify it, or if there's distance between the two of you, then someone is going through this and they're just kind of barely holding it together, and another person is picking up on it intuitively. Okay, so your truth, and again, keep in mind that this could be reversed, okay? So if this sounds more like your person, take it as such. But it's the Judgment card in reverse. So this is Plutonian energy, and it's with this little Calvin and Hobbes comic. And he says, I expect nothing, and it's still too much. Okay. I think there's something that you're reconciling, and if it has to do with this, I'm going to clarify a bit, but for some of you, I think that it's something that has to do with feeling like you're too much. Feeling like you have to water yourself down, or feeling like you're too much, and then you bring all that you are into a connection, and then other people like can't sustain the passion, the energy, the life force, or maybe you activate people, like your energy just activates people, and then there's something about that that pushes back on you. And it's like there's something here about you feeling like you water yourself down, or you try to lower your expectations, and you still feel like at the end of the day it's too much. There's something about that you're reconciling right now, and you haven't completely moved through it to the point of reaching, like, knowing where you completely land on that. It could be because past relationships haven't like worked out or been stable, or you haven't, like, no one's been able to match your freak, you know? And you could be kind of contending with that within yourself, like getting to a point where you realize that you've internalized a lot of that as being personal, when really it wasn't. It was just the other person's capacity or a lack of alignment or something like that. It was more about the way that they felt about themselves or where they were at in life, and not about you being too much. The Lovers. Okay. The Lovers. Specifically, there could be someone here that you cut off and you're having healthy boundaries with at this time, because it's like, ironically, they could be projecting onto you that either directly or indirectly, consciously or not, that, like, what you require or desire out of the connection is too much. But it's just that this person is not balanced in their own energy. They are at a breaking point that has a lot to do with, it's related to a lot more than just you, this breaking point. And, you know, the Lovers connection might be part of it, because the Lovers connection is extremely intense, and it brings a lot up to the surface within the individuals in the dynamic, right, to be looked at. So maybe for you, it's bringing up something where you're starting to question a little bit, and you're looking at something that you've considered the Lovers connection, and you're asking yourself, is it really balanced and true, though? Because the Lovers are equals on every level. It doesn't mean that they show up as, like, twins and direct reflections of one another all the time, but it's the Emperor and the Empress. It's not the Empress and a page. It's not the Emperor and a knight. You know what I mean? It's the Emperor and the Empress. They show up. They are present. They are invested. They are emotionally open and honest and loyal, and, you know, they work together as a team when they're in a relationship with one another, and they have the capacity to meet one another, right? So if someone doesn't have that, then it feels like there's been communication with someone that has come from an unstable or insecure place. They may, like, communicate with you and have a lot of passion and desire, or want to be, like, casually or sexually connected to you, but without any clear or tangible commitment or any personal clarity, really, because this person's coming from a place of ego and being an unquiet mind, it feels like. So it seems that either you witnessing this or you feeling this intuitively is causing you to reflect a little bit on the connection that you have and how balanced it is, I guess. But I think what it is that you're reconciling is that your love is enough, and it's not too much, that you have every right to ask for exactly what it is that you desire and deserve. And if someone makes you feel guilty or ashamed about that or insecure about that, then that's a them thing, right? Or if someone's triggered by that, then they're triggered by the reflection of themselves in you, right? People get triggered by stuff in others that they don't want to look at within themselves. And it's easy to internalize that or take that projection personally, because people, when they're acting from their ego or from a triggered place, they're not thinking clearly, right? They're in defensive self-protection mode, not able to like meet halfway and consider another person and show up with like an actual balanced analytical mind, right? That is making sense of things. Essentially, like, their system is shot. They need a bit of a break. And I think that that might be happening between the two of you at this time, so that this energy can, well, someone needs to face this shit show energy, and it feels like it's only one person in the connection, because I'm not getting it from your side. Although you could be feeling some heavier energies or denser energies around this thing that you're still trying to reconcile, that's somewhat going through a transformation within you. It feels more like one person is on the brink of a bit of an energetic breakdown here. But it's affecting the connection. But the other person has a strong intuitive awareness of this. It's like, you know that someone is confused. Someone's been confused, and they are not seeing things clearly as a result. And so they're not speaking or acting or setting clear intentions as a result. Whatever that is, that's already been revealed to you. Someone, yeah. There's three kings here in reverse. The King of Pentacles, the King of Cups, and the King of Swords, all in reverse. So it's a little bit, I feel like you're maybe putting a little distance between yourself and that person, just to give them a second to be with themselves and the intense experience that they're having right now, and not get caught in the crossfire of that. Anything else about Taurian's truth here? I feel like that is. Okay, so this other person's truth. This other person's truth is the Four of Wands in reverse, with these angel wings here. Huh. Who sings that song? Lenny Kravitz? I'm channeling that song that's like, I think it's called Fly Away. I want to get away. I wanna fly away. There's a situation that this person does not want to look at. They don't want to face it. Intuitively, they know that they will eventually have to, because they can't run from something that they are carrying inside of themselves and on their own shoulders. But there is a huge, like, resistance on this person's behalf to actually face something that needs to be looked at. They think that they can avoid a tower, and no one can. No one can avoid the tower when it's coming for them. It's just a matter of time. And it feels like they're kind of just throwing themselves even into more of a state of confusion, exhaustion, and imbalance, trying to avoid this inevitable sort of thing that needs to break. Because after the break, there can be renewal, there can be fresh energy, there can be insight, right? They're in the thick of it right now, and they're looking for an escape, it feels like, or maybe a savior. The Four of Wands in reverse. This could be something that has to do with this person's home life and how secure that feels, or else just their own internal state of security. But tell me more about this Four of Wands in reverse. It feels as though this is a part of their ascension. Like, this breakdown is happening so that they can break out of something that has been building in its burdensome energy for some time. It takes a while to get to the Ten of Wands and the Tower, right? It takes a lot of avoidance. It takes a lot of lack of moderation and consistently not showing up for yourself in the ways that you need, or consistently taking on too much, overextending yourself, doing things that drain you rather than feed or inspire your spirit. And so there's like, with the Ten of Wands, there isn't just a physical exhaustion. There's like, my soul is tired. I'm tired to the bones and in my soul, you know? And so this person, they could also be going through like a bit of a dark time with the Four of Wands in reverse, feeling like there's nothing to celebrate in their life, or they can't see a silver lining. Things are falling apart. But I'm seeing with these wings, it's actually, this is something that is a breakdown that's meant to like lift this person out of some sort of situation that is like totally suffocating or stifling, and it's felt really heavy. But it's like they're more afraid of the unknown than existing within this heavy, dense, exhausting experience that they're currently in. I also heard that they're trying to get to where you are. They want to be where you are. They could be trying to kind of like take shortcuts or rush things, and this could be adding to both their tendency towards like escapism or cutting corners, just not tending to the things that really need to be tended to, so they can be balanced and clear and happy moving forwards. Because it feels like they also see you as this energy, while they are like crushed under the weight of something right now. That could also be their own expectations that are crushing them, right? But it's an energy that they are aware of and they're willingly carrying rather than allowing it to break, because the breaking scares them for some reason. There is a conviction of the heart that this person has that they want to move forwards on. But from their current space, it feels hopeless or helpless, because there's so much prerequisite work that needs to be done first. And this person is making a lot of assumptions about pain. Yeah. Like about how painful this process is going to be, of really looking at what needs to be looked at. Where do they want to move with that Chariot? They could also be actually physically moving as well. With the Four of Wands in reverse and the Chariot, they could be leaving one space that has felt secure to them, but also has held a lot of discord within it, I'm feeling. And they're being sort of propelled forwards by an opportunity that the universe has given them, or that's fallen into their lap here with the Chariot, that they're wanting to move towards. Yeah, it could have to do with work, maybe. But the Nine of Swords in reverse is what came out for where they want to move with this Chariot. There's a lot of heavy, dense, like anxious, burdened energy with where they're at right now, and it feels like they just want to feel light, especially within their own mind. This person could be very energetically sensitive as well. They could be sort of spongy, like they could pick up a lot from the environment around them. They could have Scorpio or Pisces heavily in their chart here. That they don't have to, but even Cancer is here too, so they could have a lot of water energy in their chart. They don't need to, but it feels like they're really tuned in right now, and it could be that this person is almost like feeling bad for themselves, or feeling a little bit like the victim right now, because They're not seeing that this isn't happening to them. It's not a punishment. It's something that needs to happen to break them out of their current circumstances, which have not been fulfilling. They've been restrictive. So the peace of mind that they desire will come from facing the very thing that they are running from, but they're not really seeing that, it feels like. But they're also, it seems, not taking time to rest. It's like they want this forward progress and this ascension to happen just effortlessly, without conscious intention and like claiming their desire and moving towards it with agency and their free will. There's a boldness that is required to get to where they want to be. And right now they just don't have it. And that could also be making them feel a little bit like low or heavy. They've got a lot going on. And I think that you have a higher perspective because you're not in it with them. You're not in the trenches with them. So you could be just addressing some of your own insecurities and things that you need to work through and reconcile within yourself at this time, but you're still feeling the connection. And maybe you're getting information or wisdom through reflecting on the connection and the energy as well between you. But it definitely has to do from your perspective about how this person, there's something about this other person being like, this connection is too much, or I just can't handle it. But it's not the connection, and it's not you that's asking for too much. It's not even them not wanting to move towards it. It's that they've got so much other shit on their plate, emotionally, mentally, energetically, and spiritually, as well as like physical obligation and responsibility, and something's got to give. So I think that from your side of things, what you're reconciling is not taking it personally and just kind of having a healthy detachment, realizing that what's happening now is not about you, and it's not because you have expected too much or that you've been too much. So it kind of feels like you're distancing yourself from that belief right now. Okay, so the truth between the two of you is the Star, Aquarian energy. And then there's this quote that says, being soft does not mean you are any lesser. It means despite how difficult the world can be, you've held on to your capacity to feel. I think you're both learning this lesson, but you're at different places in your integration or understanding of it. This is the truth between the two of you as the Star. There is still hope, and there is healing, really deep, beautiful, revolutionary healing that's happening here. And it has to do with allowing yourself to be soft. Allow yourself to put some things down and realize that doesn't make you weak. Not having boundaries or enough confidence or security in yourself to say this is too much, or to not take on something that is going to break you, right? That's true strength. Carrying a bunch of things to the point of breaking just because you feel like you have to, that doesn't make you stronger, and putting those things down doesn't make you soft or weak either. But this card is really saying that what you're both learning is that keeping your heart open and remaining compassionate and connected to your capacity to feel, both yourself and other people, right, is a flex. It's a huge flex. And I think from your perspective or your side of things, it feels like you're staying empathetic to this person's experience, which you're tapped into, but you're also staying empathetic and soft towards yourself, right? By establishing like, okay, that's their thing, and I can still be compassionate around what they're going through without taking the weight of it on as my own, or without internalizing their projections or their behavior or making excuses for it, right? I can still understand while having my own healthy boundaries and honoring myself and recognizing that I'm not asking for too much just because someone can't provide what I require. There's some healing happening around that for you, and for this person, it's right now they're not allowing themselves to be soft because it feels like they're seeing it as a weakness, allowing themselves to just feel what they need to feel, not understanding that that's the very thing that why they're scared of that is because it does require strength to do a lot more than it takes to avoid it, right? But that is exactly what's going to give them the wings that they seek. That's what's going to bring them, what's going to transcend them up above all of the weight and confusion that they're facing right now. They need to feel whatever it is that they have been repressing. They need to deal with whatever it is that they've been repressing. And they need to know that no matter how that comes out of them, it's just real. It doesn't define them. Their feelings don't define them. Their pain doesn't define them. Their confusion doesn't define them. But the only way out is through. So you got to move through that shit. You have to make space for it, acknowledge it, and then you can work with where you're at, right? But if you avoid, then you're going to become more and more confused because you're not looking at where you're at. So how the hell can you know where your starting point is and where you're going from there? It's just kind of a recipe for disaster. And I think that's why this person's being pushed to a breaking point, because they're not meant to exist like that. It's not an empowering way to exist, right? Is there anything else about the objective truth between these two? Yeah, Temperance in reverse with the Queen of Cups. There's mutual love and a strong connection here between the two of you, but there's something that's not in a state of balance right now. And it could be that one person has been a little avoidant, one person has overextended a little bit, something got thrown off balance, right? And that's being healed, but there is mutual love underlying. It's almost showing me that there are different paths back to that love for both of you, whatever that means. I think for this person, the way back to that, the clarity of that emotion and that connection between the two of you, it has to do with them clearing out all of the excess shit that is creating static and noise and confusion and exhaustion. They are not going to see this between you guys clearly until they do that, because they're not going to see anything clearly until they do that. For you, it has to do with loving someone profoundly and receiving their love without losing yourself, without abandoning yourself, while still honoring your energy and your own healthy boundaries. Essentially, like loving yourself in a healthy way and reestablishing your belief in yourself, your standards, what you require and what you offer, right? This is gonna clear up this love and bring you back to a clearer place within that as well. So in the near future between the two of you is the Moon in reverse. I feel like there are some fears and wounds that are being worked through, and you're coming out the other side of that. There might be some sort of revelation between the two of you that is shared on the other side of that process. Or else you're just having personal revelations within yourself here where there was mental confusion or fear was muddying things. What is the moon in reverse? The Ace of Swords in reverse. The Two of Cups in reverse, the Ten of Cups. There's something here that's been like an alignment issue. It could have had to do with cycles that, or patterns that you've each been working through individually. But you're both seeing where essentially like you've been wrong about something. Maybe you made an incorrect assumption based on fear or insecurity. But what's being revealed is something that was not true, was not what it seemed. And I think that this was the lie, the Two of Cups in reverse, a lack of alignment between the two of you. Because really the Ten of Cups is here. It's just, it required you each to reach something or move through something on an individual level before you could calibrate to one another. And it's something that you both had to reach on your own. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. It's almost like crystallizing your own state of personal empowerment and sense of self to a degree. At least to the degree where you know what you want, what you don't want, what you can do, what you can't do, so that you can come together with another person and you can meet and compromise. And have that clarity as you do so that no one is overextending, no one is... So that you're truly meeting in the middle and it's sustainable. Because it feels like there's a lot of love in this connection, but the love alone is not enough to keep it feeling secure and safe. So that's why there's a balancing out that's happening now. Okay. That's what I see for you, Taurus. So we are going to move on now to Gemini. Gemini. Let's see. What's going on? Almost dropped that whole deck of cards. But I didn't. I did not. Okay. Blue Star Being. That's a good card for Taurus. Okay. Let's see. Tell me about Gemini and their person here, or this connection, that they could use a little bit more perspective or clarity around. What does Gemini need to know? Going on. A little closer to me. I'm also going to run to the washroom before I start your actual reading, because I forgot before I started the stream and I have to go. Okay. A dam. Okay. Okay. Tell me more about Gemini's truth. What's up, Kaz? Just responding to the psychic bat signal as per usual. I see. Okay. What about this other person's truth? Okay. And then the truth. What in the Shakespearean tragedy is this? You're gonna make me go there, huh? Okay. You know my Gemini moon in the 8th house will, but honestly... Spirit's like, nah, this is your job in this life. Get your hands dirty, buddy. All right, I'm going in just because I love you. But first, I'm going to the washroom. So I'll be back, and then we will deep dive into whatever is on the table in front of me here. Just give me one moment, okay? All right. I have returned. Let's do this. This is an adventure. Things have been intense. All right. Well, just as long as you're expecting it. Let me see. I'm just kidding. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying there's something here that wants to be talked about, and we're going to talk about it. So, let's see. Let me timestamp you. Okay. Hello, my lovely Geminis. I hope you guys are doing really well. And let's just get right into this reading for you. So, okay, so the current energy between you and this person is coming through as the Wheel of Fortune. This is a card that is associated with Jupiter. So things could be expanding or moving forwards in this connection at this time. Maybe not necessarily in a way that you or this other person was expecting. It's interesting. There's something with timing around this connection, and I feel like the two of you might not be totally in alignment in some sort of cycle. And I'm just saying that because in this particular card, there's like one person with their little halo and angel wings, and they are sitting on top of the Wheel of Fortune. The other person with their little adorable little devil horns here, they are holding up the Wheel of Fortune on their shoulders. So it could feel like one person is on the top of the wheel at this time or experiencing abundance, and the other person is struggling a little bit. However, what they're showing me is that it still is expanding, or it's still an expansion of the relationship, even if it's not happening. It's not that it's not energetically balanced. It's just that they're showing me the energy is going to different places. It's being like allocated differently between the two of you. So for one of you, it could feel a lot more like your typical expansion, right? What you think of when you think of expansion, like you're winning something, you're evolving in an obvious way, you are making money, you know, something is getting bigger and brighter in your world. And for the other person, something could be expanding in like its heaviness, but that also has a purpose as well. And there's definitely a timing element here. Where things are currently at between the two of you could also be like as a result of patterns and cycles that have been going on between the two of you in this connection that are now, some of them may be healthy, some of them may be a little more toxic or imbalanced, right? Dysregulated. So those could be coming to the surface to be noticed at this time. Tell me more about the Wheel of Fortune and the energy between Gemini and this person. Okay. What's this? The Ten of Pentacles in reverse, the Moon in reverse, Judgment, and the Lovers in reverse. Holy Major Arcana, Batman. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 Major Arcana cards that are out currently. And there are only 3 minor arcana cards. So whatever is happening, and especially with the Wheel of Fortune being the current energy between the two of you in this dynamic, there's definitely something that is happening on a grander scale beyond the two of yours control, or maybe complete understanding. It could feel a little bit confusing or frustrating, like something that you just have to like wait till it plays out, or you just gotta like let go. You have to surrender. I feel like this is really convoluted, and so I'm actually going to put those cards back after taking note of them, and I'm going to ask for just one card at a time, because that could be a message, like someone could be trying to take on too much at once or process too much at once, and as a result nothing is really getting taken care of well, you know? Everything is just kind of receiving the bare minimum or barely scraping by. Okay, let's just get one card at a time. Thank you. The Seven of Swords. There's some sort of illusion around well, I heard what this is. I don't know if that's referring to what the connection between the two of you, what that is, like what its overall function and purpose is, or if it's surrounding what this period of, this phase of the connection is for. It looks like there's some sort of disparity or confusion around what's currently happening here and why. I don't know why my nose is so itchy, but it is. So sorry for rubbing it a little bit. Okay, tell me more about the Seven of Swords. What is this? Ah. Yeah. Okay. That is in alignment with what I just received intuitively. So that's good. Okay. There's someone here who doesn't have a lot of faith in their own, like, how can I say this? They're not seeing their own power to shift a situation through taking inspired, definitive action individually. So this person, they could be indecisive about something because they're very in their head about something, and they're kind of just like playing mental gymnastics around this. As a result, they may have created a bit of they might have this like delusion a little bit, right? That, oh, fate will just take care of it. I don't have to do anything. If it's for me, it's gonna land right in my lap. No effort, no sweat. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to align my energy with what's being offered to me, or with the energy of expansion. Like, there's almost this energy of someone being stuck and feeling like the wheel of fortune is just going to get them unstuck, and it's just going to be effortless. So I don't know if that's both of you or just one of you, but there's something here about that, kind of using the excuse of, well, I believe this is fated, or I believe this is for me, and so I can't miss it. But it's like, the bus can come to the bus stop and it's for you, but if you don't get on the bus, then you do in fact miss the bus, right? If an opportunity comes to you and you don't apply yourself or receive the opportunity, you'll miss the opportunity. So it kind of feels like there's an overwhelm or a decision that needs to be made, and someone's not seeing clearly, or they're making a lot of assumptions and calling it balance. But really it's stagnation. Okay. So whatever's happening right now, I feel like it's happening to point that out, like to make that obvious. Like, no, there is something that needs to be done here. And for some reason, I'm feeling that it's coming through in in a contrast. In other words, this person, they could see, I'm kind of feeling like you when I'm going to get to your truth in a second, but again, they could be reversed, the roles, right? But one person is winning, one person is expanding, one person is experiencing ease in some way and lightness, and the other person is almost experiencing the polarity of that, or the duality to that. And it's meant to show them something or reveal them something through that contrast, right? It's like we recognize the light when we are in the dark. If we were in the light all the time, we would have no idea. We wouldn't even be aware of the light, right? So there's something here that is meant to show someone basically what is required or how they can move into alignment with both you and like a higher way of thinking and perceiving, as well as their own heart and intuitive understanding. But it feels like the illusion is around being accountable or taking responsibility for the part that they play in that, and how they have free will and agency that needs to be applied to the situation, right? They can't just be totally passive and expect things to just happen. Okay. You could be, whatever action you're taking in the situation, it could be somewhat strategic, not in a manipulative way, but just like, for instance, if you're stepping back, then it's like you're stepping back so that this person has some space to receive much needed perspective, right? Sometimes the most beneficial thing is to remove yourself and your energy, like not to try to prove it or make something make sense to another person, but just to pull back and allow them to come to a truth on their own when they can't run from it. Because if you're trying to convince someone of something, they can come back at you with all sorts of defenses and justifications. But when you remove yourself, then there's nowhere to like project the blame. They have to look at the reality of the situation, which is that for this situation, it's that they are the common denominator in something just like not moving forwards right now. And that's okay. It's just something that they're meant to realize. Okay, so your truth is coming through as justice, which is Libran energy. Off the table. There we go. Justice with this card from the Oracle. I don't know if you guys can see that. These two people are smoking. It doesn't look like they're talking or making eye contact, but then in another realm, here, the smoke, it's like there's something unseen about the way that their energies are connecting. Okay. So this is why I said it feels like you, or the person on this side, who I'm going to call you, is the one sitting on the top of the Wheel of Fortune currently, because you are experiencing the energy of justice, which is justice in the upright. It's like good karma. It's getting what you deserve based on the actions that you've taken, based on, the energy that you have put into something. The Six of Pentacles. It feels like this is something that you have an understanding of that this person hasn't figured out yet. That in order to align with the Wheel of Fortune, you have to give certain things. You have to release other things that hold you back or pull you out of alignment. And in order to know what those things are, you have to be in tune with the deepest recesses of yourself. You have to go deep into yourself and know who you are and your truth, to know what is aligning with you, what can come forwards in a beneficial way, what is not relevant, or what is a waste of time, or what makes you indecisive rather than clear, right? Essentially what pulls you off track and what motivates you or propels you forwards in the direction you want to go. It seems like because justice is neutral, really, it's just action and reaction. There's action that you've taken to give energy to certain places very consciously and intentionally, and to release other things, habits, responsibilities, relationships maybe even, or ways of viewing or thinking or processing the world. or even ways of seeing yourself, but you've put the work into something, and because you've taken that conscious, intentional action, something is now coming to you. And it feels like your truth is that you still feel deeply connected to this person, but in more of a spiritual and emotional or indirect way, maybe a telepathic way, because of how these energies are interacting or engaging in the astral, but not in the physical. Tell me more about Gemini's truth. What is this justice? Okay, one at a time. You've got a lot to say. A Gemini having a lot to say? Never. I'm a Gemini moon. Don't come for me. Okay. Tell me more about Gemini's truth. You've put a lot of work into this dynamic, and maybe not all of that work has been seen or acknowledged because it wasn't all direct. You've done a lot of work on yourself, not just for the purpose of aligning with this relationship or coming together with someone, but because you do have that understanding that in order to like move forwards into expansion and abundance, that was what was required. There's someone here though who, again, like I told you before, there's an indecision that has come from like just being in their own head in a really detrimental and unclear way. The Five of Swords and the Two of Swords making up this Seven of Swords here that's already on the table. The Two is separated from the Five. And the Five of Swords is about like when we're triggered, when we're in defense mode, when we're not thinking clearly, we're just thinking about like fight or flight, or like we're in survival mode. And so it's not about hearing the truth or understanding the other person or even finding a solution to our own problems. It's about protecting ourselves. It's about winning at all costs, right? So that the ego doesn't get bruised. And so nothing beneficial happens in that space. Growth and evolution can happen once we get to the Six of Swords after that, and we come to a new revolutionized way of thinking, and we're able to expand our mind and move beyond those like unhelpful ruminations, assumptions, lies, games that we're playing in our own head, right? Because that's all just ego. So you're saying that you've put a lot of physical time, energy, and effort into something here, working on something, this connection, and you're invested, but you can't exist within this little stifling box that is someone else's indecision anymore. Because from that space of indecision, there's been an imbalance in the give and take. Something isn't in a state of moderation or balance between the two of you. And I think that you communicated something about this to this person. Like, hey, until you work on this, we can't really go anywhere from here. Until this pattern stops repeating, that is until, like, if you're making the decision to not look at yourself, break this pattern, make room for this relationship, whatever it is, then that is the decision to go nowhere with this relationship. You are using your agency and free will to make the choice for this not to expand, but for it to stay stagnant, because you're one half of the equation, and the universe is not going to force you into your destiny. It can't. You have free will, right? So it seems like you're aligned with the Wheel of Fortune, and you're expanding in your own way because you're taking a new leap into something, Gemini. But this person is still stuck where they have been stuck, it feels like. Although something could be shaking them out of that stagnation a little bit. You're aware that whatever is happening right now, though, it is what is just and fair. You might not be happy about it. For instance, if there's distance between the two of you, or if you're thriving in some sort of way and feeling good, and you intuitively can feel that this person is really struggling, it's not like you want that for them, or you're like, haha, suffer, bitch. You know, it's like, no. But at the same time, based on the behavior, the action, and the personal choices that have been made in this connection, you also understand that this is the consequence of your actions, yours and theirs. Like, you put yourself here in this position. No one did that to you, right? And you choose to keep yourself in that position or to move out from it. But what is happening between the two of you is fair on both sides, and you're aware of that. So it feels like there's kind of a peace and an understanding. And there's even an openness of the heart, despite there being disappointment and grief and something I feel not currently coming together between the two of you. You have an understanding of why that is. And you're balanced and at peace within that understanding, because I think you know what's in your control and what's not. And you're cleaning up your side of the yard. That's all you can really do, right? Okay. So this other person's side of things, their truth, is the Page of Wands with this card that says, I don't really know what I'm feeling, but there sure is a lot of it. Okay. There could be like a small gap, either an age gap or just like a little bit of a gap in maturity, maybe not overall, but in one specific area for sure of this connection. This person could have more masculine energy, more mental and fiery energy, right? Where you might have a little bit, you might be more tuned into either a balance of all of your energies or the feminine, which is a bit more receptive and evolved emotionally and intuitively. Because this person is showing me that they have fire, but it's inconsistent. It's not sustainable because it doesn't have direction. And their feelings really confuse them. They feel overwhelmed by their feelings right now specifically. They're feeling a lot, and it's like they don't know how to unpack it or release it or move it. It just feels like a lot for this person right now. But they do have a certain level of, yeah, I was about to say it feels like a mask though. They have this like mask of confidence, like, hey, I'm cool. I got my spiky hair and my shades and nothing bothers me, you know? And then behind that is the Three of Swords and this whole like, I'm feeling a fuckload and I don't know what the hell to do with it, you know? So it's like this person on the surface is holding it together, but underneath there is a complexity and a depth to them, and it's like a depth and complexity of emotion that's for sure coming through, and there's pain that wants to be released and processed so that it can be moved past, essentially transmuted into a lesson or into power. But right now this person is not connecting to their emotional truth, and so it's holding them down. The Devil and the Seven of Cups, it's holding them down and confusing them and making it so that they're not really committed to anything, and even like their own purpose or direction in life, not truly, because they don't know how they feel, and how they feel could be shifting and changing kind of constantly because they have all this complex emotion they're not looking at. They are repressing it, but really it's repressing them. Where if they were to face this then they would propel themselves forward from a newly found space of balance and emotional conviction and clarity. But they're not doing that. The Chariot in reverse and the Ten of Wands. So they're really not going anywhere. They're just kind of like staying in the same place, holding the weight of what they currently have going on. But they're not moving that energy, so they're not going anywhere. And even if they're moving forwards in some way in life, they're carrying this weight with them, right? So their truth is that they're kind of faking it right now. They have this mask of confidence, but it's immature and unsustainable to a degree. And they have a lot going on under the surface that they're not looking at that is really holding them back in numerous areas of their life, it feels like. So, yeah. Okay. So the truth between the two of you guys is the Star in reverse right now. And it is there with this. This is where I said the Shakespearean tragedy thing. This quote, and I'd choose you in 100 lifetimes, in 100 worlds, in any version of reality, I would find you and I'd choose you. It's interesting that that's there with the Star in reverse. I need to clarify because the Star in the upright, it often talks about hope and, yeah, believing in something and reaching for it because you genuinely have faith or hope in it, right? And with this quote, I'd choose you and I would find you in any reality and in any lifetime, I would choose you, right? It doesn't really align with the Star in reverse because the Star in reverse talks a little bit about there's a lack of healing currently that's there. And until that healing happens, there's going to be more. When the two of you reach out to connect or touch each other, there's going to be more pain and confusion that comes from that and stagnancy rather than like feeling like you're really breaking ground. Because something needs to be addressed and healed before you can move further forwards. And I feel like you already know this. You could even be in a place, Gemini, where you're quite at peace in a level, like at a level of healthy detachment where you're looking and you're like, I might feel this really strong pull to you. But if you're choosing not to choose this in this lifetime, then I have no control over that. So I'll catch you in the next one. Deuces, you know, like you can't make someone align with you, with their destiny, with themselves and the truth of who they are, their authenticity, their empowered embodiment. You cannot do that work for someone. You cannot convince them to do it for themselves. The cost of empowerment is putting yourself out on the line to step into your empowered embodiment and expression. It takes guts, it takes balls, it takes commitment and loyalty, right? And you just can't do it for anybody else. It's a solo dolo thing. So you might be at peace with like, okay, well, I guess in another lifetime, like I'll find you and maybe we can sort out our love at that point when we're actually both willing to claim this leap and fully jump into it together. But you have this awareness that, again, like right now, both of you are where you are, like where it is fair for each of you to be based on the decisions that you've each made personally. So this person could feel this as well, this really strong pull to you, but they might have an aversion to you because they're aware, like you could highlight healing that needs to happen in them or things they need to acknowledge and be accountable for. And it seems like right now they would do they're putting more effort and energy into avoiding those things and staying stuck than they are healing them and moving forwards. And that has implications in their life that go far beyond just you. They're actively making choices that keep them stuck at this time, and it's coming from a place of, insecurity and disempowerment, and not seeing their own value and worth clearly. This person has a heavy grief that they've been carrying for a long time that really wants release. And it is throwing them off balance and causing them to not transform in a way that their entire being is begging them to transform. So this is creating a discomfort on every level, but it's really showing up in their physical realm. This could be someone who's going through a period of lack, or like loss of finances, or bad health, exhaustion, relationships not coming together, things not being sustainable. And it's because if you stagnate yourself or are avoidant in one area of your life, like energy is energy, there aren't really boundaries. Energy affects energy. One area of your life will affect the other areas of your life too. And it feels like this person, they're choosing that right now. They might not see the connection, but they're still actively making decisions that are same old, and nothing changes if nothing changes, right? Is there anything else about the ultimate truth here? So they could feel kind of, like, this is crazy. They could feel very at odds with themselves right now, because it feels like this person, they manifested this connection and then got triggered by it and have been running from it or making excuses around it a little bit, it seems like. Like, they're in this devil energy that they're meant to perceive and then grow beyond, right? And that is directly at odds with the King of Wands, which is who they would be if they evolved from the Page of Wands, right, into their highest empowered state, with the Ace of Cups, Strength, the Magician, and the Two of Cups. I feel like this person at one point was in this energy. Maybe it hadn't fully integrated. But it feels like at one point this person strongly manifested love from a place of genuine embodiment and confidence. They manifested a connection, and it came in alignment with them. Things don't come to you usually unless they are actually in alignment with you. But it feels like they then fell out of alignment with themselves. And it has something to do with emotions that they haven't processed. And the thing is, if we hold on to grief and we fixate on it, or we don't let it go, it evolves into other things. It evolves into resentment. It evolves into avoidance. It evolves into bitterness, numbness. It evolves into other things that hurt us. So oftentimes when we're letting go of grief, there's an element of forgiveness, forgiving both ourselves and anyone else that played a part in the situation that was hurtful. And it's about reconciling the energy so that you don't carry that poison inside of you and have it just like eat away at your insides, because that's only hurting you, not the other person. The forgiveness has nothing to do with you saying that someone's actions or behavior was fine. It has everything to do with you setting yourself free from being crushed under the weight of carrying that. And it just feels like this person has something that they need to release. And in order to release it, they have to acknowledge it. But they're scared of their emotions here for some reason. And I think it's because they've been pushing them down for a while already. So the Nine of Wands in reverse is the near future between you and this person. Okay, tell me about the Nine of Wands in reverse. Yeah. It feels like the pressure is off here in the near future because the two of you are taking time to individually reflect. But the Nine of Wands can talk about we're pushing forwards, we're exerting the effort, we're gonna get there, like we're putting the effort in. And the Eight of Wands in reverse, well, this talks about we're not doing that. We're sort of taking our foot off the gas. And the Eight of Wands in reverse can talk about like we're not even communicating or in touch with one another right now. And then the Hermit coming out just solidifies that, right? So it's not that the energy isn't shifting or moving anywhere, but it's that there's individual stuff being looked at and reflected on. And you're kind of at a point where you can't push forwards anymore until that actually happens. So I do think that that's happening in the near future here between the two of you. But yeah, you're kind of getting a bit of an energetic break to do your own thing, to have your own ideas, to push forwards on your own goals, to embrace new opportunities, to learn new things, to put your brain power and just your overall energy towards something that is more about you. Because trying to push and expand and force the Wheel of Fortune when things aren't aligned is not helping anything. So that's what I feel. Yeah, that's what I see for you, Gem. I think you feel that like trying to connect with someone who is genuinely like functioning from a place of fear and being triggered and not trusting and not seeing things clearly, maybe projecting or blaming. It's like their insecurity was rubbing off on you and making you maybe feel a little bit unclear yourself. So you know why you've pulled back. And again, it's not about wishing, like, not wishing this person well, but you also do have this understanding that, like, you're responsible for yourself. This person is also. And both of you are where you are because of the actions and decisions that you have individually made. So in order to shift the places that you each are, that's also based on your own personal agency and free will individually, right? Okay, let's move on to Cancer. Cancer, let's see what's going on for you. There's definitely deep emotion on both sides and like a very strong pull that you may not be able to explain. But the thing is that that kind of polar connection will bring up like things that need to be reconciled within each person individually. Because sometimes when we feel really intensely pulled towards something, those fears or wounds or like disempowering narratives, they do come to the surface, not as a punishment and not as a sign that something's not for us, but because we need to address those things in order to fully embrace, honor, and sustain what wants to come in for us next. Essentially, we're being called to step up. And so that sometimes requires little adjustments, right? Okay, let's see what's going on for Cancer. How are you guys doing? Are you doing okay out there? Was a lot of changes in shadow work? Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of thoughts. What's up, Rochelle? Hi, baby. Yeah, balance. All right. Let's see. Cancer. What's coming up with Cancer? I'm going to close the curtains here since it's getting dark out. Oh my gosh. My foot is on the moon. It's the moon in the sky. I'm never not going to be someone that freaks out over the moon every single time she sees the moon. It's just gonna be, it's a thing that will never not be a thing. I'm not mad about it personally. Okay. All right. Me too. Sit like this. Okay, Cancer. Let's see what's going on for you. Super on point. That's good. I think it's a really great sign of maturity when I see like people understanding where they are at and being okay with where they're at, even if where they're at is not in alignment with someone else or something else that they want. That shows a lot of maturity, and it shows spiritual maturity especially. That's really powerful. It also shows a well-established sense of self and you not taking on the responsibility for something that's not yours. So that's powerful. That's good. Good job, Gem. It's not always easy, so give credit where some credit is due. Okay. What's going on for Cancer? Cancer and this person that's in their energy or on their mind. Highlight clearly and directly the truths and perspectives around this dynamic for Cancer. Okay. Let's see. What is this? Okay. 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 Some oracle cards. Cancer. Clarify Cancer's truth here. Okay, and this other person's truth. That'll do it. Okay. Are we just tuning into all of the like complex complex relationship dynamics right now? It's because I don't do these relationship readings very often. You guys are sending the energy like, make it count when she does it. Okay, I'm learning my lesson. We got to do them more frequently so that it's not just all of the complicated connections that come through in the reading. Okay, tell me about the ultimate truth. It's okay. This is my shit. I'm fine with this. I'm just bugging you. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on here. For you, Cancer. All right, Cancer, my sweet little crabby cakes. I hope you're doing wonderful. I hope that you all had a beautiful birthday season and happy belated birthday. And now we are on to our fiery summer, well, I guess summer for me in Canada, winter for some of you, but our fiery Leo season. So I hope that Cancer season gave you everything that you needed and that you were recognized for the lovely, gentle, nurturing, beautiful people that you are by those who it means something coming from to you. All right. So the current energy between you and this person is the Seven of Swords in reverse. Okay. Just things being revealed left, right, and center here. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Something is very clear. I heard painfully clear, but I'm not totally sure if it is that for everybody involved in the situation, but let's see. Tell me about the Seven of Swords in reverse for Cancer. Awakening. It's the Judgment card. It came out in reverse. There's a common theme in the readings here a little bit. It's showing up in slightly different ways, but there seems to be a common thread of people's personal insecurities or imbalances being somewhat highlighted at this time or becoming really clear. And it's not supposed to be painful necessarily, but it is with Plutonian energy, which is the Judgment card. It is painfully clear, you know? Pluto doesn't give a fuck if it hurts your feelings. It cares about deep soul level transformation and what needs to happen to make that happen. It doesn't really care if it hurts your feelings. It doesn't care if it feels uncomfortable. It's like, good, Let's make it feel as uncomfortable as possible so that this bitch actually changes and steps into their most empowered self. And it can be a little bit intimidating, the energy of Pluto. So it looks like it's very clear right now that there's something that can't really be reconciled at this time because there's currently a lack of awakening. And that awakening can come through different ways. It can be a realization or a deeper understanding or acknowledgement of a truth anywhere in your life. It doesn't have to be like a big spiritual awakening. It doesn't have to be a big emotional release. But it is something that changes the way that you, once you reconcile something or something falls into place with the Judgment card, that transformation is, there's no going back. It's like you can't make the caterpillar, turn the caterpillar back from goo into a caterpillar once it's inside the cocoon. It's, you know, its destiny is kind of set at that point, right? The change is happening. Now, this change is good. This change is positive. It's stepping people up into a clearer perspective of who they are and what they're capable of, their own value and self-worth, how to honor that, how to speak from that place, how to alchemize the life of your dreams from that place of personal clarity and empowerment. But the road to that personal clarity and empowerment isn't always, it can be bumpy, okay? It can be stormy a little bit. And it's for the ultimate good, but it can feel a little bit like a lot sometimes. So it does feel like that's the truth. The current energy between the two of you is that something's not really reconciled or able to be laid to rest or moved beyond. And that's become very clear, like where something needs to be addressed that isn't being addressed. Okay. I heard no more running, so I'm not sure if both are, or just one of you had been running from a particular truth or shift that needed to happen or decision that's needed to be made. But it does feel like that's not a possibility anymore, really. At least not within the connection. If you're not gonna, or if you're going to continue to engage with one another, then this thing can't be ignored or avoided or ran from. Okay, so your truth, and if this feels more like the other person's side, then the roles could be reversed. So just take it how it resonates for you, okay? You have the Seven of Wands in reverse with this card that says we all start as strangers. Well, you are your squishy, ushy-gushy, beautiful, tender Cancerian self. Feels like you're holding space for someone that you have a really deep connection with, and you're not putting up defenses or walls between the two of you that would prevent the growth that needs to happen from actually occurring. But at the same time, it feels like you're still honoring your own healthy boundaries and standards. Let's get a little bit more. You have this, you're staying open to this connection partly because you feel like you've already come a really long ways with this person. This is someone that you have a past with. But you don't feel like strangers anymore. But at one point you're saying, we were strangers and we've come a really long way since then. It's almost like you're saying, we've already put down a foundation. We've already built a lot, even if it doesn't seem like there's anything solid that we can point to right now. you may have put down a deep emotional foundation, but that could have been formed somewhat through working through difficult emotions or difficult situations, cycles that weren't closed out that needed to close, or just things that needed to be addressed that hadn't been. So it may not have felt easy always, but it kind of feels like you're not forcing something with the Seven of Wands in reverse, but you're also not shutting it out. You're recognizing that something or someone, this person, the situation, I want to say, came into your life for a reason as you see it, and that you have broken a lot of ground with this person in one way or another. Can you tell me more about that? The Three of Cups in reverse, but you are also very clear that something cannot come together right now. There's something about it just not working, not being balanced. There could be an apology or forgiveness that needs to take place here. Something that needs to be clearly taken responsibility for and clearly acknowledged, and a conversation had, because the Judgment card in reverse, well, Judgment and the Three of Cups can both be cards of reconciliation, coming together and sorting something out so that you can move forwards with another person, so that you can get back to good. But with both of them in the reverse, it's like that it's very clear that that is not happening right now, or that can't happen right now. And it feels like with this Judgment card being called Awakening in this particular deck, it kind of feels like that's because there's something that there's an awakening or an awareness that isn't there that would need to be there, essentially. You could feel like you have to let go of someone, but your heart is still open and tender towards them. But it's like you're holding the whole complexity of emotion that you're feeling around the situation inside of you. You're not allowing yourself to become hardened to avoid the difficult feelings or the difficult truth of the current situation, but you're also not putting all of your energy into trying to push it forwards or force it when it feels out of alignment right now, right? Where you're just not on the same page as this person currently. Specifically, it feels like you're a lot more in your heart space and this person's a lot more in their head currently. But I like that you're feeling everything. You're moving still from a place of being open-hearted and attuned to your own emotional truth. But you're not just focusing on the disappointing aspects of it. So you're not sinking into a disempowered place, because you're holding space for the whole range of what you're feeling, right? So you're not fixated on only the positive and then delusionally trying to force something that's not going to work right now. You're also not fixated on the disappointment or the heaviness and then spiraling into a heavy energy. So it feels like you're pretty balanced here in your experience of this, and you have this deeper sense that this connection is for a reason, and it has been for a reason. So it feels like you're kind of you're getting some of your peace from that acknowledgement. Okay, so this other person's truth is the Five of Swords. There's also this quote by Edgar Allan Poe. Sometimes I'm terrified of my heart, of its constant hunger for whatever it wants, the way it stops and starts. Yeah. This person has an emotional truth that they need to land on. And it feels like their connection to their emotional body and their own heart is a little less stable than yours. This could be someone that has heavy mercurial energy in their chart, so Virgo or Gemini, or just strong air energy, but they don't have to. But with the Five of Swords, it's showing me that this person is a little bit triggered right now by, like, they're aware of their fear and the inconsistency of their heart, and they're overthinking it right now. Like, they're very in their head about that. But currently they're in an energy of fear around their heart space. So tell me more. And how hungry it is. I'm feeling like that's not just for like anything around them, though. It feels like they're intimidated by their heart's hunger for you specifically, or for something that this connection has offered that other things don't satiate. But I feel like it's not necessarily their feelings and intensity of those feelings that they have for you, that, or the desire that they have for you, that's scaring them. It's the inconsistency. What is creating this inconsistency? The way that this person's heart stops and starts. I think it's just them getting pulled out of their heart space into their head, into a state of rumination. Yeah. The Queen of Cups in reverse, the Sun in reverse, they don't see things clearly. It's like they do, and then they lose it immediately, because maybe the truth of their feelings also intimidates them a little bit. They have some things they need to process in their heart space that they specifically don't want to look at, or that trigger them. And when they get triggered by those specific things in their heart space, like, it feels like this person is okay with admitting the depth of their pull and emotion towards you when that feels positive and reciprocated and super clear, right? But the second they start to feel like they're drowning in it, or like they're vulnerable or exposed, or the emotional connection between the two of you brings up something that might be a little more complex or challenging emotionally to deal with, this person gets pulled out of their heart space, and that's what's creating this stop and start that actually... It's the stop and start and the inconsistency of their heart, and not feeling able to trust their emotional truth and move strongly from that place without feeling vulnerable or exposed. That is what actually scares this person. That's what they get in their head about. They're aware that, yeah, the 10 of Cups and strength. They know what they would need to give to have everything that is possible between the two of you. And the inconsistency of their heart makes them feel like they can't bring what is required to the table, but they're not realizing that it's just, if they face that fear and move through it and overcome it, they'll be able to see the truth of their heart and sustain the truth of their heart without being pulled out of that. It will be sustainable. They need to master their mind in some sort of way here. It could have to do with understanding their triggers, understanding their ego, knowing where their insecurities and their wounds are. Essentially, like, mapping out their heart space and knowing what's in there, where it came from, and then just working through the difficult stuff one step at a time in a way that feels manageable. This person can move out of this, but they have to be willing to do that and not be intimidated by it. It feels like their ego and maybe some low self-confidence, or not believing that they're worthy of what it is that is possible between the two of you. It's like they're scared that they are either not worthy or can't sustain it. And they get really in their head about that, not realizing that the getting in their head and focusing on the fearful aspects is what, it's a vicious cycle. It's like that's what's creating the pervasive inconsistency. So they're kind of going through it a little bit. But that's their truth. Yeah, they're not feeling confident taking a new leap with the Wanderer, the Fool in reverse, because the World in reverse. There's something that has to do with personal insecurity that needs to be realized, acknowledged, owned, and then worked through before, like a cycle needs to close before a new one can begin, because this person's perspective or perception needs to shift and evolve for them to move into a new cycle. Okay, so the truth between the two of you, the more objective or ultimate truth, is coming through as the Ace of Coins in reverse. This is also just the truth for right now, where you're at now. It's not forever. Okay, the Ace of Coins in reverse, and it came out with 2 cards from the Oracle deck. This one just says no doubt. Absolute. This is my card of like absolute certainty. When this comes out, it's like literally no doubt. Have no doubt in what you know to be true right now. That's coming out as like absolute validation. So you will know what that's validating for you about the current situation. But I think it's that it can't come together right now. And if you were to push it, or if it was to come together, it would either be a false start, or it would just not get off the ground, or it wouldn't be abundant or successful. You also have this card, which is lyrics, and it says, you know, I'm jealous of how you can just turn them off, those bad ideas that feel so soft. This person sinks into a self-sabotagey space when they run from their emotional truth. And there's an element of them that sees your emotional strength and clarity, and they're kind of jealous of your ability to be like, to clock the truth and then act in accordance to it, instead of just slipping into bad habits, defensiveness, self-fulfilling prophecies, rumination, sabotaging kind of ways. The thing is that they're comparing themselves to you and then kind of using that comparison to feel shitty about themselves. It feels like they're looking at you and they're like, I'm jealous of you being more evolved or ahead of me. Like, why can you do that and I can't? But they're not realizing that they can. They just need to do the work on themselves. But it feels like when fears, triggers, bad ideas, things that send this person spiraling into an unhelpful mental space, when they start, it's like this person has a trigger that they don't totally recognize how to heal. And they're coming from that activated trigger. So when they get afraid, it's like they lose control. And that does happen sometimes when people get triggered, because the first thing when you get triggered that goes offline is your prefrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain that is in charge of analytical thinking and, you know, common sense and being able to actually know what the fuck is going on. So, or to like speak and communicate in a way that actually makes logical sense, right? So this person, they could avoid those triggers because it makes them feel even more insecure, right? It makes them feel out of control. But then it feels like they fixate and ruminate on this loss of control or this personal inconsistency in an unhelpful way that's kind of keeping them stuck. But with this no doubt card, it kind of feels like you have this very clear awareness that something is, although you might not be totally happy with where something is at this time. Yeah, the 5 of Coins. You might feel like separated from this person, pushed away, like they're defensive against you, or you're out in the cold. There's not a closeness or an openness. Yeah, like this person is choosing a defensiveness. It could feel even like they're choosing not to see the truth that would bring them out of this like ambivalent, like space of just constant disappointment that is really deteriorating at their sense of self and their overall energy. I feel like this is being revealed to them. Oh God. The Priestess in reverse and the Tower in the upright. The 10 of Wands. Okay. Your reading could be connected. I think it was Taurus that had those cards. They specifically had the 10 of Wands and the Tower. Whatever this person has been running from, they've been running from themselves, and you're always going to run into yourself no matter where you go to try to escape that, right? This is not something they can escape. And it's going to come up from their subconscious to become clear to them. It's going to come up from them, from inside of them, either through a dream, through an intuitive hit, through just like a sudden awareness, or through something crashing down that exposes where this weight and this block in their life that's keeping them stuck is actually coming from. And it's so that they can address it. Because it's like this fear loop that's keeping them small. Not just in this connection, but in their life in general. So the 8 of Coins is in the near future between the two of you. Okay. Well, there's work being done. Let's see. What's this 8 of Coins? There could be a focus on your actual career or work life. Or abundance happening there in that realm of your life. Feels like physical stability though. The World in reverse. Okay. I think that you're both working through some sort of cycle that hasn't completely closed. There's the Chariot. That's you in the upright. What is that? There's some sort of conflicting thing that wants to be untangled within your emotional process or internal process, I feel like, because this is both of you working on closing out a cycle. Is this individually? Or is this together? Okay. I kind of feel like this is together. I feel like the two of you are coming together to address inconsistencies and the places where the energies and the balance have not been sustainable, where there hasn't been mutual cooperation to collaborate, and why that might be, where the confusion and the fear is coming through and preventing healing from happening that would allow you to move forwards in a specific way. But I'm seeing something that has been approached from a bit of an impulsive or inconsistent space with the Knight of Wands in reverse here. And it looks like the two of you are coming together to work on that cycle closing. And it does feel like it's tangible physical effort that you're putting in together. It could just be through a conversation. about specifically your anxieties, your fears, and like how you feel like you, maybe the ways that you both feel like you're not enough, or you're afraid of being able to get something off the ground and sustain it in some sort of way. It just seems like you both have your own fears and doubts in different areas around the connection, and they need to be verbalized or communicated so you guys can essentially work through them as a team instead of being pulled away from one another or have more distance created between you by not addressing them. Okay? So that's what I see for you, Cancer. We're going to move on to Leo now. Yeah, I think there's the Eight of Wands and Justice. I think that there is an important conversation or exchange of information that it feels very true and honest, and it does impact and shift things between the two of you. That's coming in the near future, okay? All right, let's see what's going on for my little lions. My little brave-hearted lions. My Leo. So what's going on here for the Leos? Leo. Okay, needs a little more shuffling. All right. Okay. What's going on here? Why? Let's see. Hold on. Something here. I'm getting a weird, weird energy is coming through, and for some reason something feels off about this. So I just might. Are these the right cards for Leo? I'm just gonna shuffle the deck more. I'm actually gonna cleanse the energy too, because there has been a common thread between the first like 4 signs, and that's okay. If I cleanse and it continues, then that's fine. It's just collective energies, but it kind of feels like your energy is wants to come through a little lighter, and there's still sort of something sitting in the air around here. So I'm just gonna clear. We'll probably do this after every 4 signs or so. But Spirit was like, something's not quite right with those cards, so we're gonna listen. And if the same story is meant to come out, then trust and believe that it will. All right. All right, see. Switch over here. Shuffle a few more times. Leo, the Leo Collective. Clear and direct messages around this connection. All right. There's something kind of sticky about the situation, whatever this is. It doesn't need to be super bad. It just might be a little complicated. Or confusing at this moment. Maybe we'll see. Leo's truth. More about that. Okay. And this other person's truth. Okay. And the overall truth. Yeah, that's too many. I'll just get one. Okay. Anything else about that? No. Okay, it's gonna come through in the cards. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Okay, hi Leo. I hope you're doing really well. Welcome to your birthday season. Happy birthday in advance to all of my brave-hearted, beautiful lions. And yeah, I hope that you have an amazing birthday, an amazing season, and that you just shine gloriously bright and receive everything that you are worthy of receiving all year, but also maybe a little extra sprinkled on top for your birthday season. Okay, so let's take a look at this connection and the energies and truths that are between you guys currently. And keep in mind this is just current, okay? So this can change at any time. It's not forever. Okay, so the current energy between the two of you guys is coming through as the Knight of Wands in reverse. Okay. Things could feel a little bit, I'm not actually getting like bad energies. I'm just getting a little bit like wild. Like there's a wildness. There's like maybe an inconsistency, like I don't know, lots of highs and lows, or just maybe extremities in the experience that are coming through energetically. It just kind of feels like something is thrown off balance with the Knight of Wands in reverse. Tell me more about that. Why is there's a hair on me somewhere? Where are you? The Hanged Man. Okay. So, yeah, it's almost like going through phases of like spurts of energy is almost how I'm getting it, and then mingled in with periods of not going anywhere. So like a lot of movement, and then full stop, and then you come back together and it's like all the way in and then all the way back out again. It just feels like those extremities again, or yeah, extremes with the Knight of Wands in reverse and the Hanged Man. They're kind of saying two opposite things. Like the Knight of Wands in reverse is a lot of energy, but acting erratically with that energy. There's not really consistency or stability around that, so it's not sustainable. And maybe because there isn't a clear vision or plan, like where are we going with this thing, right? But it still feels good to engage. And then the Hanged Man is like versus periods or phases where you're just kind of like hanging around, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of action or engagement. What's causing that? The High Priestess. Is that something that's hidden or not seen here? Or is it an intuitive knowing? Okay, it's an intuitive knowing. The Five of Swords. An intuitive knowing that is maybe putting one or both people somewhat in their head. It's almost like something that someone knows but is a little uncomfortable with knowing, maybe because of the implications of that. There could be someone, for instance, who is like, they're inconsistent, or in their own life, they're very independent, which means that they can do whatever they want whenever they want. And maybe they're not quite, maybe they have an intuitive knowing that there's something strong between the two of you, for instance, but that puts them in a space of mental conflict because they know that they would have to shift their ways, or they would have to evolve, or it doesn't have to be that, but there's something that is intuitively known that causes this like in and out or up and down. It's almost coming through as like knowing too much. It's not too much, but it's like the amount of intuitive knowledge that someone has here is so powerful. It needs to be grounded, or else it can throw you off energetically and emotionally and just confuse things. So there could be something spiritual here that needs to be grounded. Maybe someone's spiritual gifts, they need to become more empowered. There you are, the King of Wands. Yeah, the Nine of Coins is behind that. There could be a fear even around your gifts that are opening up, or around some sort of awareness that you have. Maybe that you're being asked to step up into a role that requires something of you that you don't always feel completely confident or capable in. But there's something there. But it's a truth that is, it's an intuitive truth. So even when you're not in this person's presence, or they in yours, whoever has this like awareness, that awareness doesn't go away. It's almost like even when you're not engaging with one another, the truth is still there. It's still the elephant in the room that's not escapable, because it's an intuitive, it's an inner knowing. But it is causing some inconsistency due to fear and overthinking, I think, currently. Okay. So let's look at Leo's side. So your truth currently within this connection is the Moon in reverse. And then you also have this oracle card here. The little angel and devil just kind of sharing a smoke, catching a vibe, holding space for one another. I really like this energy because it shows balance and integration. I feel like on your side of things here, you are... Well, let's just grab a clarifier before I say anything about that. Three of Cups in reverse. What is this? The Five of Cups. Is this the other person? Yeah. Okay. So, well, normally I do really like this card. It's coming out to highlight that you've recently become aware, because when I was looking at it, I heard demon time. We're on demon time, or someone is. Then I asked if this was you or the other person, and it came out clarifying it's the other person more so. You could feel that this person, they go back and forth between, being in their more evolved embodied self and expression, and then being a little bit on demon time, whatever that looks like for them, right? Kind of when they slip more into their shadow, and that could be when they are triggered, when they are afraid, when they are uncertain. But it's almost like it's become really clear with the Moon in reverse there. Something has been revealed to you that as long as this like back and forth, up and down, in and out, whatever is occurring, it's like being together with this person is more painful than being apart from them while they're in that state, because it's not stable or consistent currently. And you've experienced like less reconciliation and peace and more grief, it feels like, at least as of late within this connection, because of this person's their back and forthness in the way that they show up. And it's more than just about this relationship. It's how this person is embodying and expressing themselves, either from an empowered place or from a bit of a shadowy place. Specifically, when they get scared, they could just like let go and ghost and just disappear. And they feel like in some way that is balanced and fair. they do it to heal. However, they could be missing the point that it's not, they're not being considerate of anyone other than themselves. Like, maybe they pull back without telling you, right? Or without, like, maybe they struggle with healthy communication or talking about their feelings or just letting you know where they're at. Just sort of basic consideration for the other person, right? And this causes grief and misunderstandings and you could have this intuitive understanding of the potential of this connection, but you could also be aware that as long as someone doesn't like kind of get their shit together, you know, so that they can show up in a more streamlined kind of way, this is kind of just going to be a little bit painful and erratic. Because Judgment, the King of Swords in reverse, and the Eight of Swords, it's almost like you're reconciling that this person, maybe when they feel afraid, they are not themselves. Like, specifically the King of Swords can be, they can manipulate so that they feel in control. They can lie. They can, like, they can play mind games, like test other people so that they feel safe, when really it's like, you got to heal yourself so that you feel confident and you make yourself feel safe. People don't need to walk on eggshells around you for that to happen, right? You need to do the work on yourself. But there's something that needs to be reconciled. And it's like you're seeing both sides of this person. And while maybe you feel very strongly for who you know that they could be or they can be, if they're not showing up consistently as that person and it's destabilizing the connection between the two of you, then that needs to be addressed for things to be healthy, right? No, it feels like you're in a little bit of pain currently because you've reconciled this truth and you're like, this is where that person's currently at. It's where they're currently choosing to be, and I can't shift them out of that. I'm aware that both, like, that this isn't who this person is, in that this behavior doesn't define them completely. But as long as they flip-flop back and forth, it makes it, yeah, something needs to be transformed so that things can be more cohesive overall within this person, and then the relationship as a result. They need to work out some form of internal conflict that they have. This person might need an ego death in some way. But not so that they can be cut down, so that they can actually, like, establish a healthy relationship between themselves and their ego, so that it doesn't control them and cause them to be so inconsistent, but they can make that work for them. And they can actually be in a more stable, empowered, and abundant energy. Okay. So this person's truth currently is the Five of Coins in reverse. And it's with this card, though. I gotta clarify, because now I'm wondering if this is you or them, but it's this cute little guy. Bestie, I'm at my fucking limit. I'm at my limit, bestie. So the Five of Pentacles in reverse with this cute little guy who is eye twitch, just about to lose their shit. Why am I feeling like this could potentially be you more than them? And they are the ones that have pushed you to the fucking limit, perhaps. Is that Cancer? Or is that Leo, sorry? Yeah. That's you. It feels like this person, they pull back or they isolate, and then the strength of a connection pulls them back towards you, the Hermit, then the Lovers, but they flip-flop back and forth, and it's like these two need to find a way to coexist. Like, everybody still has the Hermit part of themselves, They just need healthy boundaries to honor and respect that part so that they don't lose themselves in another person, right? So that they continue to know who they are, what their needs are, and meet their own needs. And then basically so they can regulate themselves in a healthy way so that then they can build a healthy relationship and co-regulate with another person. But this person, it seems as though they have this internal conflict or tension within themselves that they haven't transformed. And it feels like it puts you in a vulnerable or precarious place, and it has kind of been eating away at your personal confidence and fulfillment, emotional fulfillment. Because it may be making you sort of question yourself or feel a little bit insecure. The Five of Coins in reverse, it's like this person, their truth is that they come in from out of the cold with you maybe whenever they feel called to. It could be very on their terms and erratic and unpredictable. And I feel like that unpredictability is pushing you to your limit. Tell me more about the Five of Coins in reverse. It's too many cards. Does this one want to come out? The King of Wands, they see you clearly for who you are, and they know what you have to offer. Don't get it twisted. If this person is acting like they don't see your worth, that has everything to do with them, not you. It's the ways that they are not seeing or believing in their own worth, or the way that they're intimidated by you, but they see you very clearly and they're very attracted to you, which is why they keep coming back around. But I don't like, this is selfish, ultimately. Whether it's being selfish on purpose or not, I don't really think it is, because they're not really seeing things clearly, but that's also their responsibility to like slow the fuck down, right? Slow down, bitch. And, you know, because they're a little bit of a hazard, not just to themselves, but it's like they're not slowing down to have basic consideration for the ways that their behavior is affecting people around them. They're just kind of weaving in and out in this state of chaos, taking like space and justifying it whenever they want, coming in and like pouring love into the situation whenever they want, but then like drastically retreating again. And it's fucking confusing. And it's got an air of entitlement and lack of accountability to it that I don't love. Not saying that this person is a bad person, but there might be a lack of self-awareness or maturity here that is kind of becoming apparent. But you do stroke their ego and you do make them feel great when they connect to you, but that should never be at your expense or totally on someone else's terms, okay? All right. So the more ultimate or objective truth between the two of you at this time is the Ace of Coins. Okay. Then there's also this card here, which has the 7 chakra points. And it says which each of the chakras deals with, as well as what it's blocked by. So it says the 7th chakra, the crown chakra, deals with pure cosmic energy and is blocked by earthly attachment. The 3rd eye chakra deals with insight and is blocked by illusion. The throat chakra deals with truth and is blocked by lies. The heart chakra deals with love and is blocked by grief. The solar plexus deals with willpower and is blocked by shame. The sacral, which is just below your belly button, deals with pleasure and is blocked by guilt. And your root chakra at the base of your spine deals with survival and is blocked by fear. It came out in the upright. This is saying that the truth is there's a very real opportunity between the two of you that is being offered. It's on the table right now, but it does require personal alignment. So anywhere that something is being blocked or thrown off by attachment, illusion, grief, shame, guilt, fear, lies, that needs to be addressed in order to actually, you know, embrace this opportunity. And I do feel like with the Ace of Coins, it's a divine opportunity. It's it isn't coming from a negative place, but it asks for evolution. And the thing is, there's the King of Cups in the upright, the Knight of Cups in reverse, and then the Page of Cups in the upright, and the Four of Cups, creating disappointment. So I feel like this person, they have a lot of intense emotion, but they're not slowing down to process it and understand how to direct it or deal with it, because it's like they're holding it inside. But the Knight of Cups in reverse, this is like not being able to take consistent action, or any action maybe based on your feelings. It's because of something. I feel like they're protecting their inner child in some sort of way there, or they think they are, but they're actually creating disappointment, because it's like they're making choices not to make decisions to reconcile things. I feel that this person, they experienced kind of a traumatic relationship or something that fell apart in the past. They haven't really fully released their heavy feelings or some negative feelings around that. Essentially, they have baggage that they're carrying into this connection, and until they process and leave that behind, it causes them to flip-flop on their current emotional truth with you, because this external energy that they haven't fully released from something previous, it causes them to doubt themselves or get triggered and thrown off. They're feeling deep disappointment because they feel like they're fucking things up and losing your love, or they feel like you're moving on and letting them go, choosing no longer to reconcile with them because of the way that they've been moving. They're very aware that they feel you pulling your emotional energy or investment back. They're kind of freaking out about it, and they just don't know what to do, which could be causing them to not slow down, which is actually what's needed, but even like just act more from this nervous, overwhelmed place that doesn't feel super grounded or clear. Is there anything else around that truth that wants to come out? Temperance and the Fool. I mean, Spirit's being super clear about this. You see what is required for a lasting and fulfilling commitment, and you are not, like, you're clear about it. You're not anxious about it. You're just anxious about this person's, like, inconsistency around showing up that way. And Spirit is saying, yeah, like, there needs to be balance. Each of you have to be in an internal state of harmony, not an internal state of chaos and conflict, not at war with yourself, in order to leap out into this. And it's a big new beginning. Taking this opportunity would thrust you out into like a whole new era, a whole new adventure. It would be significant. And that's why it asks you to step up a little bit, or this person to step up a little bit, or to more consistently embody themselves from a place of empowerment and security, personal security. Because that's kind of like the undeniable requirement. And this can't really come together in a fruitful and abundant and like expansive kind of way without that. So in the near future is the Chariot in reverse. Okay. What's that? The Tower. Okay. Things fall apart so that they can fall together. That's what this is. I'm hearing that song by Arctic Monkeys. Why did that take forever to come to me? My mind kept wanting to say Arcade Fire, and I was like, that's not the one. Get out of my head. The Arctic Monkeys, the Crawling Back to You. Sexy. I love the Arctic Monkeys. Nothing makes me hot like a little Alex Turner. Gotta be honest, he is sexy. His voice is sexy, and the music is sexy. I feel like this person is gonna come, you know, crawling back a little bit after a little bit of an ego death, or like a shock to the system, or a reality check. Served compliments of the universe, though. Not served by you. It's like a wake-up call for this person. And it does feel like it jolts them into into clarity and into alignment, or they choose clarity and alignment after this occurs. Because there's the Tower, and then there is the Four of Coins in reverse and Justice. So the Tower shakes away the things that this person, the habits, the responsibilities, the investments, the things or people or places where this person is putting their time, energy, and effort, and it's not serving them. It's keeping their disempowered self alive, and they're ready to elevate. So once those things get shaken away, or it becomes really clear to this person what has been holding them back, and they let go, Justice, then there's the balance that's actually needed to move forwards in a healthy way. There could be a karmic element to this as well. But yeah, there is. There's a karmic element to the timing. Because you can't rush someone's personal growth, and I know it can be really frustrating sometimes, but that's where our personal ego can get in the way sometimes. It's really easy to look at where someone is at on their journey. If you've already been there, you've already like integrated that wisdom or worked through something, and be like, hurry the fuck up, like what is your problem, you know? But you don't know what someone is dealing with or what they need to move through to reach that understanding within themselves. You don't know what obstacles and resistance they're up against internally and externally. Ultimately, we never really know what another person is going through totally. And so it's always good to lean into, in my humble opinion, compassion where we can. And that does not mean abandoning yourself. That does not mean overextending. That doesn't mean allowing someone to weave in and out of your life in a way that destabilizes you. It just means, rather than judging or speculating or assuming, leaning a little more towards empathy. Because that actually helps people grow. Whereas the alternative, not so much. But there's the Page of Coins and the Ace of Wands crawling back to you. With fresh energy, though, and in alignment, the Wheel of Fortune. There's a timing element here that's bigger than both of you. But it does look like this person is going to address their personal imbalances and sort their shit out in a way in the near future here that allows things to progress. Okay. So hold your own, baby. Hold your own. Hang in there, okay? I'm hearing that song, but I feel like I'm channeling this person directly because I'm hearing that song that's like, have a little faith in me. Have a little faith in me. I think that this person knows that they've kind of put you through it. They have a level of awareness that they know. And you can tell that even by like how close they are to the breakthrough, right? Because this is saying they just need a little bit of a bitch slap of reality. And then it's like they kind of wake up or come to their senses and they choose to act correct. So they're right there. They're right on the threshold of embodying themselves in this more authentic, empowered way. It probably just intimidates or scares them a little bit. But ultimately, I think they are going to make the choice to do that. That's what I'm seeing anyways. So that's what I have for you. But they're kind of saying, I'm going to come in and I'm going to be honest and I'm going to give in a balanced way. And I'm going to reveal even the insights and the understandings that I've come to in my time when I did pull back, when I did isolate or push you away. Have a little faith in me. So take that as you will. Obviously, apply your own discernment, please. If this person's like hella toxic and like, then obviously you know they're probably not that close to having this breakthrough. But if you know that they've been inconsistent because they're kind of on the edge of who they could be and who they have been, and they're feeling the pressure of being pushed towards that sort of like upgrade, then I feel like this message was for you. Okay. I love you, Leo. Happy birthday. Mwah. Okay, so we're moving on to Virgo. Aight. Let's see what's going on for Virgo. What's happening, booze? What's going on with you? Oh, what's up, Jean? Hi. I wasn't looking at the chat. He thinks you're psychic, so he refuses to say things out loud. Bruh. Been there, done that. It's like, just because I can read the energies doesn't mean I want to 24/7. Like, don't you understand? That's exhausting. And also, communication is a skill that is necessary in relationships. Oh, fuck. Water sign men. Can I get an amen to that? All right. That band is a vibe. What's up, Black Streak? You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Okay. Let's see what's going on with Virgo. What's going on with Virgo? Okay, here we go. Crawling back to you. I love Alex Turner. He's just got such a great voice, honestly. It's so, like, distinct. No one sounds like him. And I feel like he doesn't really sound like anyone else. Agreed. Okay, Virgo. Show me what's going on with my Virgos. What is happening with my beautiful Virgo peoples? My lovely Virgo collective. Tune me into connection or dynamic in their life that they could use more insight or clarity into, please. Okay. just want to go here. Does the strength card go with the magician? Yeah. Okay. Oh man, this looks intense. Okay, let's get some oracle cards. Tell me about Virgo's truth. Okay. This other person's truth. Okay. Not mad about it at all. Let's see. And the ultimate truth. Currently. What? Wow. That escalated quickly. Okay. Is there anything else about that? Okay. There is some hostility at play here. Okay. Sexually frustrated much? Just rub one out and move on with your life, Virgo. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I kidding? What's up, Shauna? Hi, baby. Okay. No, thank you. Is this, how far should I get into this? Is this not relevant, not important to mention? Okay. But all of this is, no, not this. Everything else. Okay. Oh God, here we go. I like how you entered the scene right as I said that. It felt very Shauna coded. I love it. Okay. Let's move into this reading. Take a drink of my iced coffee here. We're gonna get into it. That this Mercury retrograde in Cancer has been a little bit. It's been a little, you know, difficult for some people, huh? Making you face some feels that are easier to angrily project than they are to actually face and process. Trust me, I understand. Okay, relatable. Hi, Virgo. All right, we're gonna get into your reading, so let's get into it here. Okay, so the current energy between the two of you is the Queen of Wands. Just get naked with each other already, okay? Like, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? You're just madly attracted to one another, but not doing a lot about it right now. and then you're shocked that there's frustration that's coming out in other ways. I don't often say this, but I feel like you just need to have some makeup sex and call it a day, you know? You just need to, I don't know. We're going to clarify a little bit more, but there is definitely a massive amount of magnetic pull and attraction that the two of you have to one another. It doesn't need to be just sexual, but it's very, if it's not sexual, then it's like this person is somewhat, you guys are somewhat muses to each other. You inspire one another creatively. You just make each other feel alive. Like, you know, those people that are just, they are full of life, but then it just complements so naturally the way that you are full of life, and you both just get turned on in all of the right ways by each other. That's the common energy of the Queen of Wands being your shared energy. That's what that is. And also just like not being able to stop thinking about taking each other's clothes off with your teeth as well. There's an element of that if there's sexual or romantic feelings between you, like for sure. Okay. But it's more than just that. You feel called or pulled to each other's warmth and what you awaken or inspire in one another as well. Okay, so tell me about this Queen of Wands. But the Queen of Wands also indicates that the two of you are both feeling confident in yourself. You're both feeling connected spiritually to your life force energy. You could be both feeling very creative or imaginative at this time. You could also be feeling very attractive, you know, feeling yourself. Feeling yourself. So let's see what's up with this Queen of Wands. It's definitely not bad though. It's very healthy, high levels of attraction. The Five of Wands in reverse. Why are you here? The Chariot. It's fine, the Chariot. The Ten of Wands in reverse. Oh my gosh. Okay. Why do I feel like you guys are moving in each other's direction without maybe even like totally recognizing it? But it's like the more you each individually unburden, or the more you align yourself with, the more you align yourself with clarity of vision and conviction from the heart and soul, from this place of inner knowing and truth, personal truth and confidence in yourself and your desire. Like they're showing me that in regards to you guys desiring each other and deeply longing to move towards one another from a place of conviction, not just from the loins, but also from the heart, from the spirit, there is absolutely zero internal conflict or tension around this truth. It is just like, you both share this truth. You're both aware of this truth. You're both all right with this truth. It feels like this is just something that you have both come to terms with. Okay? It's like, well, we tried to fight it. That didn't work. So now we're just going to admit it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the two of you are together or acting on that right now, but it is telling me that there's an indisputable shared truth and attraction between you, that you feel pulled to each other, and you want to move towards each other. Yeah. Anything else about this shared energy between Virgo and their person here? No. Okay. It's interesting though, the two of you might be very aware of this. You might be very confident in this truth when you are like separate, but then it's almost like you get flustered or thrown off to some degree or intimidated by the energy when you come together. It is a lot of energy. It could be difficult to direct or to channel in a way that is sustainable, streamlined, balanced. Specifically, you guys could just want to go like all in immediately, but there's a level of, it's not that, in order to keep the chariot balanced, forward motion balanced, there needs to be this, yes, you need to keep this clear desire and lack of tension in your awareness, but there also needs to be balance in different areas of the relationship so that it doesn't get thrown off, right? So if you're only moving towards each other or forwards relationally, like sexually or physically, well, then you're leaving behind building a mental connection or an intellectual connection or an emotional connection, a physical foundation being built at the same speed, right? You know what I mean? So there's something there where the passion and the desire and inspiration is not the problem, nor is it lacking in any way, shape, or form. And you guys, neither of you are conflicted about that. I think it's more about how to regulate that energy so that it doesn't actually throw off the overall forward momentum and growth of the connection. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, so let's look at your personal truth here, Virgo. This is coming through as the World, which is Saturnian energy. With this card, which says dreaming, after all, is a form of planning. Okay. There's something really big that's closing out in your life right now. It could be a chapter of your life that's closing out, or it could just be a cycle, like a pattern, or I'm getting more that it's been a phase of your life where you've been kind of repeating a cycle in order to learn and integrate a really important lesson. It could be a Saturnian lesson, which can feel kind of restrictive, heavy, exhausting, or even karmic. But ultimately, it's kind of tough love with Saturn, because once you integrate and learn this, you become very strong, very empowered, and you never have to go back and learn that lesson again, because there are no shortcuts. So it feels like you might feel as though something is closing or ending at this time. And it feels like you're not fighting it because you know that you can't for some reason. Maybe you tried previously. I don't know why you would know that you can't fight it, but there's this like understanding and acceptance that I'm feeling. But that doesn't mean that you're just passively sitting around. You are dreaming something new into being. It feels like you're manifesting through dreaming. And that could be daydreaming, because where your attention goes, that's where your energy goes. And where your energy goes, well, that's what you build. That's what grows in your life. And so I feel like whatever that is, whatever it is that you're dreaming about while something else phases out or comes to completion, you're actually, maybe without knowing it, or maybe you do have this awareness, you're actually dreaming a new life into being, or you're dreaming a new plan into physical form. So your daydreams and your like hopeful ruminations, the things where you put your imagination in a positive way, that's actually not just dreaming and like wasting your time or pissing your time away. That's actually a form of very real manifestation and planning what is coming next after the closure of this cycle. So watch your thoughts with care, because right now feels pretty potent. And what you are focusing on is going to be what you're calling in or aligning yourself with. So just be intentional and aware if you're not already. I kind of feel like you are already being that way. It feels like you know that this is a way that you manifest that works for you. And you're just letting something phase out that you are aware needs to close, will close with or without your, approval of that. And essentially you are pouring your energy into what you do have control over, which is planning what you want to come next. And it feels like you want it to be celebratory. You want it to feel expansive and aligned. You want the timing to be right. There's something about being in sync here, either with a community or with another person, maybe this person, maybe someone else, I don't know. But you're calling in, it feels like a time when you feel more in alignment and things feel like less a struggle and more a celebration, a little more light. More connectivity as well with other people. Connectivity with people that see you, understand you, and support who you authentically are. So maybe you haven't been receiving that in this last phase, or you felt like this last phase has been restrictive or isolating in some sort of way. Okay. Anything else about that for Virgo? No. Okay. This other person's truth. It's interesting because both of your personal truths, it's all major arcanas. So it feels like you are taking control of what you do have control over, but there's very clearly some elements here within this connection and your lives individually that you don't have control over. And you're aware of that. And there's this energy or element of surrender that is, it's empowering you guys, which is really positive because, surrender can be scary. Maybe you've been pushed to the point where it's like, you have to surrender now. This is ending, or this is going to fall apart or not move forwards until you just let it go, right? And let it unfold as it will. But while also understanding the part that you do have control over, which is loving yourself, embodying yourself, carrying yourself, expressing yourself from a place of genuine attunement and knowing your worth and loving yourself and feeling good about yourself. Okay, so this person's truth is the Magician and Strength in reverse. So there is Mercurial energy and Leo energy, and it's here with this card that says, I will be okay. I will be okay even before everything falls into place. This person is also manifesting very powerfully. And from a place of vulnerability, from a place of acceptance, much like the energy that I felt on your side of things, there's an acceptance around this person that they do feel kind of vulnerable with the way that the situation's currently unfolding, or just how their life is currently unfolding. But they're balancing themselves out despite that by kind of just, again, surrendering and rolling with things, learning how to flow, knowing that they're okay where they're at right now in the process and everywhere along the process. They're okay. It's almost like they're embracing the journey and not being so fixated with the destination or the outcome. Okay, tell me more about this person. They could also be manifesting vulnerability and openness, or a breakdown, a dissolution of ego between the two of you. I'm not getting that it's just on one side. Like, they're not manifesting that you have an ego death. They're manifesting a softness a shared vulnerability that allows you to meet on the same page, because I'm seeing that it's not your attraction to one another, your pull to each other, and your desire that is out of sync. It's maybe your ability to be vulnerable in communication, or be vulnerable about your insecurities, or maybe there are old triggers, or things that trigger your ego that need to be dissolved in order for you to genuinely open your hearts to one another, so that you can move forwards in balance in the relationship on all levels, right? Not neglecting the emotional, the physical, the spiritual, the mental. It's like a stripped downness. Tell me more about this person's truth. But they're manifesting it for themselves as well. And that is taking bravery, it feels like. Yeah, the Seven of Swords in reverse. This person is manifesting truth so that they can make informed decisions moving forwards, that come from an empowered place that is not dictated by their own insecurities or attachments or ego. They could feel as though you, them, or the both of you have been somewhat misguided by your ego, by like how you don't act like yourselves when you are when you feel scared, vulnerable, or insecure, when you feel defensive against one another. They want truth. They want to see clearly where specifically they get in their own way so that they can remove those blocks. But they're having to reassure themselves through the process, like, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, as they move into this, like, as they dissolve. Like, it feels like they are kind of manifesting their own ego death, which, is this person fucking insane? No, just kidding. But that takes a great deal of, it's actually really fucking sexy, I'm not gonna lie. Can I have this person? Are you gonna keep them, or do you think you could send them my way? Because this is rare in life, okay? Let's just be real. They are aware that they are manifesting, that they're gonna feel vulnerable, but they also know that if something doesn't change, then there's something that's blocking their way forwards, and it's not allowing them to see super clearly or make clearly informed choices. So they're manifesting the dissolution of everything that is not true strength, everything that is false strength, or, defensiveness, the armor, the mask, the ego. Any attachment or identity that they are tied to that hasn't been serving them or isn't serving them moving forwards, they're manifesting that dissolving away. Which is, it's very evolved. It takes a very evolved person to do that. You have to have a pretty strong sense of self going into that, or a really strong faith in your spiritual connection, which I feel like you both do have. There is a level of ease, though, that you're both dreaming into being or manifesting. Because there's an element of calling in celebration, reconciliation, alignment, tenderness, a disarmedness, which is like a receptivity as well. It's soft but strong. Soft but very strong at the same time. And you're both embracing an ending of some sort it feels like the endings are personal, but there could also be like a break or an ending in your relationship as well, while you each go through these personal closures or transition points in your life. Like I said, you're still, the shared energy is that you're still moving towards one another in a non-conflicted way. I don't know if you guys realize that, because I think you're both just kind of trusting and following your own personal desire, but it kind of feels like that's going to lead you to one another, even if that's not your, even if you're not aiming for that specifically, because I feel like you're each manifesting something bigger. You're not specifically manifesting, I want this person to come to me or to have an ego death and come to me. It's like you're both manifesting this broader, like, it feels like you're manifesting what is genuinely best, most fulfilling, most aligned, and most abundant for you for the long term. And it just happens to potentially lead you back to one another is kind of what I'm seeing. So, but you're both at peace with the ways that there has been disappointment. And I think you're both realizing that even in phases where you're not in contact or you're not communicating, you're still pushing through healing. You're still gaining higher perspectives, and that is evolving the relationship indirectly. Okay, so the more ultimate or objective truth between the two of you is the Seven of Wands. Okay, when you do think specifically about each other, you know, there could be a lot of tension, because this card, the Seven of Wands, it's like, I feel like each of you, you're both represented here. And there's this huge Ace of Wands in between you. Again, this insatiable desire for one another that is not deniable. But then there's a defensiveness or like a frustration around it. And it feels like an energetic buildup, like energy or desire with nowhere to go or no clear like direction. And so it just becomes frustration. Yeah, there's a mutual frustration. And it's interesting though, because it kind of feels like you go back and forth, you flip-flop, or maybe one of you is, no, I feel like you're both mutually flip-flopping back and forth between, okay, I'm going to use this energy to embrace my passion and my desire and fight for something that I really want, fight for this connection and move towards it, put myself on the line and like assert myself courageously. But then you flip-flop back to like, I'm going to defend myself against this connection. It's like pushing for something, pushing against something, and not being completely decided on which one you're going to ultimately invest your energy in. Pushing each other away or pushing forwards. And there's also this card. Is this card for Virgo? It just feels a little intense. Yeah, there's a realization that you're having, and it could be through, it could be that your individual egos are coming to the forefront of your minds, and you're having some realizations that you need to reconcile about the ways that your own ego has gotten in the way. I see that happening for this person for sure, and I think it's happening for you too with this world energy, with the closure of something big in your life. But specifically your energies or your thoughts or perceptions of one another and this ending, like things could have gotten bad or a little gnarly before they started getting better, right? Like things could have been on a bit of a, and then and then now they're in an upswing. But it almost feels like something had to reach a point of destruction before new creation or new life could start being breathed into it. And I think that your initial reaction to potentially not being in contact was like doubling down on those egoic perspectives or on those projections or assumptions about one another. Specifically, you might have been like, well, fuck it, you know, like, I have no need for revenge. I'm no longer yours, and that's good enough. And I'm gonna go this way, you go that way, and fuck you forever. You know, it could have been one of those. Like, I don't need revenge. You losing me is punishment enough. And that's very, like, egoic, right? That's very egoic. So I feel like you guys both, this frustration pushed you further into your ego, but then being that in your ego might have actually knocked some sense into you, or maybe this is currently happening. Like, wow, this is not a clear way of thinking. You know what I mean? Like, I actually do genuinely love this person, or I actually do genuinely, yeah, realization, judgment with the Two of Cups. There's actually a lot more that unites me and this person, or more that we have in common than that which divides us. It's just literally dependent on which direction or what we use this energetic force for. Pushing each other away through defensiveness and ego, or laying our armor down and pushing, like fighting for a relationship that we cannot deny that we are pulled to one another, right? But I feel like you kind of both have to confront your ego and see it very clearly, and almost like see the ugliness of that and be like, this isn't me. Like, how did I get to this point? And then you kind of make some adjustments from that realization, and you move forwards more personally aligned. Is there anything else about this truth for Virgo? No, I feel like that's pretty much, that's that. Okay, so in the immediate future between the two of you, you have the Nine of Cups in reverse. Sad violin. Sad violin playing while it rains outside. There's a lack of emotional fulfillment here. The King of Cups. The King of Cups and the Queen of Swords in reverse with the Knight of Wands. Get out of here. Why are you... Okay. So it feels like your feelings are catching up to your desire. Like your emotional feelings are catching up to the desire. And you're realizing that you cut each other out or off, thinking that maybe like that would be the end of it, that would solve it, but the desire lives on, you know, the desire lives on. And you still feel this draw or pull back towards one another, even if you don't know exactly how you're going to get there, is what that feels like. Can you tell me more about the Nine of Cups in reverse? Yeah, Three of Pentacles. I'm hearing that you're recognizing an unmet need. An unmet emotional fulfillment. A lack of personal emotional fulfillment in your current situation. Not with one another, necessarily. That's the Three of Pentacles. You both have something from the past that you haven't wanted to face. And it's something that, yeah, there is an injustice. I don't feel like it was within or between the two of you. Yeah, it wasn't between the two of you. you've both experienced pain and injustice before you came together. And I think that the part of the ego that needs to dissolve for both of you, it's not, you might realize that the defenses that you've been directing at one another aren't really about each other, actually. They're about having gone a very long time, having your emotional needs unseen, misunderstood, exploited, or just unmet, not considered. And the two of you have tried to build something and cooperate with one another without directly facing those things within yourselves and allowing them to crumble down and be shaken off, right? But they need to be shaken off because these like wounds or maybe difficult like feelings like defensiveness, resentment, entitlement, self-protection, I don't know, there's guilt, shame, grief even from past loss or being taken advantage of or something like this, or just being misunderstood and unseen for so long. You need to release that to realize that that was never coming from one another. That was like pre-established. You just carried it into this connection with one another without letting it fall, and it became an unstable part of the foundation of what you are building with this person. So the unstable part needs to be removed so that you can build just a solid foundation and then continue moving forwards and build a whole structure on top of that. But I think that you're realizing that the emotional dissatisfaction, it hasn't really been, the origin of that is not this relationship or this connection. And I think that you're seeing what unstable parts, what baggage needs to be dropped, what needs to be worked through, or what parts of the foundation that you put down with one another contributed to a sense of destabilization and insecurity because they were carried forwards from a space of destabilization and insecurity, but they're not truly reflective of the dynamic and relationship that you have with one another. But I think you're both realizing this individually. And that might be the turning point where you stop fighting one another and you start fighting for this together as a team. Is there anything else for Virgo? No. Yeah, fresh energy is liberating you from fear, both of you. But it does feel like there's been a breaking point that needed to be reached. You both have so much fear around, it's like you know that something is exactly what you want and what you've dreamed for, but you haven't dared to dream for that particular, you haven't dared to dream of that specific fulfillment or dream being granted for a long time because of your past experiences. It's like now, because of the things you've been through that haven't been fully reconciled, the thing that you desire most is also the thing that stresses you out or that you fear the most, or there's a lot of fear around it. But that's being carried forwards from something in the past. So I feel like once that's removed, you'll be able to see more clearly the capacity that something has to truly fulfill you. But you need to both bring yourself back into a state of individual fulfillment by dropping the things that are still eating away at that first. This is the prerequisite to the 10 of Cups. All right. So I feel like you're reconciling like maybe the ways that past partners were unfair. Maybe you've been cheated on in the past. And now you get to a certain level of intimacy and you're afraid that someone else is going to not be loyal. Or I don't know, but there's projections. There's been projections, it feels like, from both sides of things that don't really have anything to do with one another. They just come from fear that was already there before. So I think that you're working through that. All right. I love you, Virgo. We're moving on to Libra. Libra. What's going on, Libra? Let's see. Hey, what is... Bruh. What's with the popping in and just dropping hundos here? Thank you so much. You're so generous. Thank you. I appreciate you. I just saw that now. No Ozempic shortcut, Saturn and Virgo. Yeah. What's up, Lisa? Not them texting just as you started talking about them. Woo. Oh my. Thank you, though, El Diablo. I appreciate you. Okay, thanks for dropping in. Oh gosh. All right, Libra. Libra. Let's see. Libra. What's going on? What's going on for Libra? Okay. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on? Ah. Okay. Put this over here a little bit. Okay, clarify Libra's truth within this connection, please. Okay. And then for this other person, don't hate it. It's not as destitute as I first thought. No, just kidding. Let's see. By this point, I've learned not to judge the cards that initially fall because anything could happen. So let's just take this ride together here and see where we end up. Okay, one more clarifier for the truth, the ultimate truth. Anything else about that? Okay. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab another iced coffee. Oh, before we actually start. Yes. I'm getting into this. I kind of like this actually. I need to clarify further before I get fully on board. Not that my opinion matters to anybody, my personal opinion. You're like, just shut up and read the cards. We care about what Spirit says. Just give me a second. I'm allowed to have my personal opinion because I care about you guys, okay? And I, as your internet bestie, self-proclaimed, I need to protect you. So I've always got your back. All right, I'll be back in one moment. Yeah, you guys are getting the F out of your head. Your heads, both of you, it feels like, which is mwah, chef's kiss, especially for Libras. No offense, but you know how you are. So let's just, I'll be back in 1 second, okay? Fill this up. Okay. To get my Rottweiler a little drink as well while I was up. Okay. Let's see what's going on here for Libra. Hello, Libra, my gorgeous, gorgeous, exquisite beings. I hope that you're doing really well. We're just going to get into this reading here for you. So, we're going to start with the current energy between the two of you guys, and then your truth and their truth. Keep in mind that they can be reversed because it's a general reading. So, if you feel like they're flipped, that's fine. And this is also the current energy and truth. So this isn't the end all be all. It can shift, okay? So that being said, the current energy between the two of you guys is the King of Cups in reverse. This definitely does not feel like a lack of feeling between you. It almost feels like an overflow or like a flooding of emotion between yourself and somebody, to the degree that like it becomes difficult to know exactly what to do with it. So let's see what the cards have to say about it. It could be the Five of Swords in reverse, that you've both received a level of emotional clarity that came from getting out of your heads for some reason, something that brought you both out of your head. And it allowed you to be honest with yourself about your feelings towards one another in a way that you had not previously allowed them to come into focus. But give me more on this King of Cups in reverse and the current energy between Libra and their person. I'm going to mute myself so I can clear my throat aggressively without you having to hear it. Much better. All right. Tell me more about the King of Cups in reverse. Whoa. Yeah, it's like stuff wants to spill out over the edges. Stuff wants to spill over, but there's this feeling of containment, even though internally I feel like neither of you feels super contained in your feeling. Okay. Okay. Okay, but give me clarity on like what that is exactly. That's less confusing. Because I'm kind of getting here, Libra, like there is some unresolved stuff in both of your heart spaces, and I'm not totally sure if it even is all to do with one another. It feels messier than that. It feels more like convoluted than that. Like there are lots of things mixed into that. I feel like for some of you, it's not just romantic. stuff. It's like complex feelings about a family situation, or yeah, this could go pretty deep because that's what I'm feeling. It's like unresolved things from maybe even childhood wounds, parental dynamics, past relationships that just have not been resolved completely. And it's almost like this overwhelm of emotion that's happening for you each is coming in as a tower which the tower's function is to provide a release for that unresolved emotion. So it could be coming through as feeling like somewhat emotionally stagnant and then like everything all at once, or feeling like you're kind of like in control of your emotions and then all of a sudden everything just kind of bubbles up. It doesn't necessarily feel bad though. It actually feels like it clears things in the heart space and allows you to see more clearly where your hope is best placed, or what your hope is best placed in, which could either be new love outside of this connection, or it could be renewed love with a clearer sense of hope and where that faith is coming from, that allows you to kind of like reset and move forwards in a way that's more stable, or just more true, more emotionally authentic, honestly. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Anything else about that King of Cups in reverse? Okay. But yeah, it could be a lot of intense stuff bubbling up and sort of demanding because of its just innate intensity. Like the King of Cups is scorpionic energy. The depth and intensity of emotion that Scorpios feel and that they hold is transformative. You can't really reach out and touch those depths within yourself without it changing you in some way, and that's positive. But it can also be a little scary or overwhelming or even overstimulating if you're not super used to like embracing your emotions or expressing your emotions. So yeah, but I do feel like that's the current shared energy between you. I don't know if you're actually expressing the feelings that are coming up, or if that's happening more on an individual level, but I do feel like you're both gaining clarity from what's coming up. So let's take a look at your truth. Okay. Okay, your truth is the Three of Cups in reverse. Yeah. Oh, these little fairies are kind of naked and YouTube sucks, so I guess I'll cover their cute little butts. But the Three of Cups in reverse. And it came out with these cards. This one says, protect me from what I want. And then this one, phases, preparation, responsibility, ground, and duality. Yeah, it feels like I feel like the two of you might not be in contact, or there's like a tangible distance felt between the two of you. Like a withholding, but there's a purpose behind the withholding because you're each going through a phase of preparation, and it's this phase of preparation is defined by an up-leveling. It's asking more responsibility from you to ground, to be prepared to ground, to be fully capable, I guess, to ground some sort of duality that feels pretty powerful. What is the duality? There's an overflow of desire that feels a little bit out of control, like you don't really know completely what to do with that. But then there's also an overwhelm of emotion. And the duality is fire and water, is what that feels like, which could also translate as your yin and yang, your internal duality. It just feels like there's an internal calibration or balancing that's taking place. You feel a very strong pull to someone or something that you feel that now is not a good time for you to connect with this thing in a deeper way. You're saying, protect me from what I want. So that to me says that it could be a third person, like a person outside of this connection with the Three of Cups in reverse. And your hesitancy could be like, I feel tempted to engage with something outside of this connection, maybe from a place of insecurity or uncertainty. But you also know that that would have implications to this relationship, right? Like, maybe you know that that lack of loyalty within this connection would be something that you couldn't recover from. And so you're sort of like, protect me from what I want, which is to go astray. Or it could be protect me from what I want, which is this person in this connection, because you feel like you're being pulled towards them at this time from like an unstable or insecure place that you need to sort out first. Like you need to ground all the shit that's happening internally before you even think about approaching this other person or engaging with them. Let me just get a little bit more clarity on that. You feel very strongly, you have this certainty that right now is time for you to, there's something about this, you know that you're transcending something and you're gaining more knowledge, more information, and that there's a reason for that that's preparing you for something. It's like you're gaining a higher perspective around something so that you can approach it in a different way, but you haven't integrated that yet. And so you're telling me that whether this is you feeling a little bit tempted to maybe like distract yourself from these uncomfortable or overwhelming emotions that you're kind of needing to look at this time in order to gain that higher perspective, you either know that that's not a great idea because it would be, not because there's anything wrong with pursuing someone new or whatever, but it's more like you have this deep awareness of the phase that you're in right now, that it's necessary and important and you don't want to get distracted from it. And you also want to be really clear before you take your next action surrounding your heart. So I think this is responsible. But with the Hanged Man, you could be feeling like you're practicing healthy boundaries, and it's not necessarily in like a I'm protecting or defending myself. It's just, you seem to have a very clear understanding of where your energy needs to go and what is responsible right now and what wouldn't be to engage in. So whether it's like you're aware that there needs to be this time of, integration basically before you reconcile with this person specifically, or that you're just saying I don't want, and you feel very pulled towards this person, so you're saying protect me from what I want right now, spirit give me strength to not move back towards this person until this work is complete and I'm genuinely ready, because I could do more damage than good, right? Sometimes you do more damage than good by moving towards something before you're ready, right? More damage than would be done if you just took the time to make sure you really integrate what needs to be integrated or finish some work on yourself before coming back around. But there's something that you're kind of like, that would be irresponsible I'm very clear on what this phase is for and what it's preparing me for, and I'm committed to that. And so you seem to just have this clarity and this determination to not be pulled off track, because this is a process that you're already in. Okay? You've already started like excavating and pulling up stuff from your depths, and so it doesn't make sense for you to be like deeply interrupted in the middle of that, right? You're kind of like, I'm kind of in the middle of something here, you know? And you're like pulling all your insides out and like trying to process these really deep emotions. Okay. So you want to act responsibly, and you don't want to be distracted or pulled into something that would compromise that. Okay. Let's take a look at this other person's truth. So their truth currently is the Knight of Cups in reverse with this card. It says, don't adapt to the energy in the room, influence the energy in the room. Okay. This person also has a lot of emotion, but with the Knight of Cups in reverse, they're not acting on it in your direction because there's something that they are integrating within themselves. And it feels like with this person, it has to do with making their own choices, chasing their own desires, their own dreams, not allowing others' expectations to dictate how they live their life or what they go towards and what they don't. It feels like this person could be closing out a chapter of being a people pleaser, or being someone who kind of just absorbs other people's emotions and expectations, adapting to the energy, almost like shape-shifting so as to not ruffle feathers, or so as to not cause problems, maybe even to fly under the radar to avoid conflict to some degree. But this person is learning how to actually embody and bring their own energy in and hold that in a way that they become the influencing factor in the room. They don't just get absorbed by the energy of the room and become whatever that is, which is not authentic to them. So it's like they also are, they're kind of defending themselves at this time because they are closing out a big cycle that has something to do with that. So you're both kind of protecting your own sacred space while you do some pretty deep work, I feel like, at this time. And you both have you both have intense and far-reaching feelings about the stuff that you're rising above, that you're breaking away from, that you're evolving out of. And it just feels like you are honoring your own process and giving yourself space to truly respect and acknowledge those feelings, which is awesome. Okay, so anything else about that person's truth? The Eight of Wands in reverse. They're not talking to you right now, or they're not pushing forwards. They are very consciously also like, okay, I'm getting this sense from both of you that it's taking effort to not get sucked back towards one another or sucked off course by distractions around you. It's taking effort, discernment, and discipline to hold your personal truth, to hold your personal boundaries, to protect your own peace, and to evolve in the way that is required of you or being asked of you at this time. But I love that you're both very clear on that, and it feels like you're acting from a place of personal accountability and responsibility and consideration of those outside of you as well, or for those outside of you as well. It's like, I'm not going to move until I know that I'm ready. And that's not out of stubbornness. That's because I know that I can't do this thing justice or come correctly to it until this evolution is complete, or until I see something more clearly, until I stand up and, you know, start living my life for myself. Then I can really choose whatever this is, right? Okay. It's almost like you're protecting each other by keeping your energy separate from one another at this time, although there's this massive emotional overflow that wants to like flood towards one another. It's like you don't want one another to get caught in the crossfires of, or the crossfire of what's coming up and out of you either. You're sorting through some emotional, maybe like debris that's been holding you back or throwing you off balance, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with one another. So it's like you don't want to involve one another, where you could just end up projecting stuff that has nothing to do with this connection onto one another. So it actually feels very, like, it feels considerate and responsible to me. Okay, so the more ultimate or objective truth between the two of you is coming through as the Two of Wands in reverse. Yeah, this is very much, I've chosen the path. I am on the path. I am resilient and I will not be deterred from the fucking path. It's like, I've chosen. You could have spent quite a bit of time, because of that certainty of choice and that, like, I will not be thrown off. I have made up my mind. It makes me feel like you were standing at this crossroads for a while. And it's like, now that you've made up your mind, it's like, I'm all in. Even if you're not moving directly towards one another, you've chosen the path. You've committed to the path. Okay. You're loyal to the path. To each other, it feels like, even though you're not together actively. So these two cards came out from the Oracle deck, and I feel like this one has to do with the other person and this one has to do with your side of things. This one is, sorry, this got kind of messed up. It got wet and it got crinkly, but it's Lisa Simpson. And it says, does it make you feel superior to tear down people's dreams? I feel like that's this person. The energy around them could be quite, I heard insidious, which is a little intense. I was gonna say it could be like subtly, or maybe not so subtly, deteriorating at their authentic self, at their personal dreams and desires, you know? There could be an energy around them that is in competition with them, or just kind of like cuts them down. So I don't know exactly what that is, but it feels like they are claiming their own path, their own authentic self and embodiment, and they're standing up to whatever this influence is, maybe not like face to face through conflict, but by refusing to adapt to that energy, and instead embodying and expressing their authentic energy and desire so fully and unapologetically that like there is no space for them to be affected by something outside of that, or pulled off track, or distracted. Yeah, deterred. And then there's this card, which I feel like is more you, especially because this card says ground on it. This is you like really connecting to a more grounded version of yourself and allowing, there's something about a reconnection to the truth of your heart, what you truly want, and the reasons behind that, which could have gotten clouded at some point. And I feel like that's why you're reconnecting to this, or you're connecting to a higher perspective around what it is that your heart feels pulled towards. But you're both showing me that the current common truth between the two of you is that you've picked this path and you're very strongly committed to it. It doesn't feel like there's any doubt Anything that was painful or difficult from the past is being released. It's being flushed out. Anxieties, pain. And I think that the next time you guys communicate with one another, it will be from a place of mental clarity and personal, like, confidence, being rooted, anchored, grounded in your authentic self, and knowing what you want and why, and what you are capable of bringing to the table, and what your needs are. Just basically being very tuned into yourself and knowing that you are coming from a place of personal sovereignty, which is really important. Personal sovereignty, as well as like accountability, and being somewhat mastered and regulated within yourself too. So balanced and sovereign. The Nine of Wands is what's coming in the near future for you guys. I feel like this is like the push to actually make something happen. And it is going to require, it's like the final push of something. So it's something that's already been, let's just get a little bit more clarity on exactly what that is. What's the Nine of Wands? But usually the Nine of Wands talks about, like, yeah, to bring a manifestation into being. It's like the Nine of Wands is oftentimes about that final push when you've been trying to bring something into form. You've been trying to manifest something and it just hasn't come together, and you're tired. It's like you've run most of a race, and while the finish line is within sight, that doesn't make your legs any less tired. That doesn't make your lungs any less tired, right? You're like, I'm not stopping. I am going, because I've run like 90% of this freaking race already, and I will be damned if I stop now. Like with the Nine of Wands, there's this energy of pretty much certain success, because you've already put in so much. You've gained momentum. And there's like a discipline and a determination to finish what you started, even if like it's taken some blood, sweat, and tears. You know, it's like, I've already put in that much. I ain't giving up now. And with the Magician there, I feel like that's very empowered. Yeah. You're coming from a balanced place of knowing what you want and why, which is really powerful. It's providing the conviction that you both need to get you over that last like little bit. Is there anything else about the near future for Libra and this person? No, I feel like that's it, my loves. There will be a very revealing conversation, and it's gonna feel extremely gratifying and satisfying, validating, because it's going to validate the weight of what you have known intuitively and internally, but what has not been validated verbally yet. So in other words, there's things that you've known, that you've felt, that you've had like a certainty about from a place of inner knowing and intuition, right? Being tuned in. You're going to receive proof that you weren't insane, basically. Your intuition is going to be validated, and it feels like it's been really heavy. It's been really heavy carrying the weight of that knowing without it being validated or cleared up. So I think that's going to feel really good. Okay. That's what I have for you, Libra. We're moving on to Scorpio. But I love you. Okay. Let's see. What's going on for my Scorps? Turn this up a little bit. What's up, Yair? Hi, bestie. You woke up, fell asleep, woke up again. I am here. I always sleep well after. Halfway through that tracks for 5 hours. I'm nothing if not consistent. Okay. Scorpio. Let's see what's going on. You call it as you see it. Yes. My eyeball. Damn it. Okay. Ugh. You guys holding up okay out there? You doing all right? You vibing? You just chilling like a villain? Okay, let's see what's going on for Scorpio. Gonna get some watermelon. Nice. And listen to my soothing voice. Aw, I love you. You're waiting for some alchemy? Yeah. I'm here to provide. The activation required. All right. Good. There's definitely alchemy happening. Okay. Love it. Aww. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Some oracle cards. Yeah. Actually turn this fan down one more because I moved it closer, and also it's dark now, so it's not as hot. Nice. Be a little bit quieter. All right. Clarify Scorpio's truth, please. Here. All right, Scorpio. Your big, sexy heart is showing. I won't tell anyone. Let's see. What about this person's truth? And the truth. Okay. Okay, let's see. All right. Well, that's good, Scorpio. Okay, let's get into your reading and take a look at the different perceptions and truths in the situation between you and this person and get you a little more understanding, hopefully, or insight. Okay, so the current energy between you and this person right now is the 5 of Cups in reverse. So that's good. It feels like there's a release, a reconciliation of some heavier emotions that may have been like repressed, pushed down, held inside, unexpressed, maybe. And Scorpios know that that's really harmful for us, right? Emotional alchemy is kind of like our power. But in order to do that effectively, we have to be willing to face our emotions, not just the pretty ones, but the dark and heavy ones too. Actually, the most power comes from alchemizing the things that we're most afraid to look at. So I think that this is really positive. So let's just take a look more deeply at what that is. It's the sun. Yeah. It's the sun. You're ready for some sunshine, babe. You're ready for brighter, lighter days. And that doesn't mean perfection. That doesn't mean easy all the time. That means you're not holding old pain, stagnant emotions, resentments, bitterness, things that make your heart brittle and resistant and inflexible, so that no new pain can get in and no one can see or access the pain that's already there. But no warmth or love can get in either in that condition. So you're not really protecting yourself. You're really just sealing the poison in. And what can seem like a strength becomes your greatest weakness when you do that. So this is beautiful. And this other person is doing this also. It feels like there's a really strong connection here that evokes a lot out of each of you. You activate or evoke a lot in one another, it feels like. But it kind of brings everything up into the heart space all at once, which can feel confusing, or you have to sort through illusions or like muddiness of the water, basically. The Seven of Cups is Venus in Scorpio. And so it really is this like intensity of feeling coming up in sort of the fullness of like the whole spectrum of feeling bursting into your heart space, and you kind of honoring and holding space for all of it so that it can work itself out and become clear, so that it can settle again. You're making space for the sun, which is clarity, joy, abundance. Yeah, there's something that is really being revealed to you here. And it's something you've been struggling. There's been tension around something, specifically manifesting something. You could have felt like a manifestation was not really coming into being because there was inner conflict about it on some level. And it was this emotional residue that is ready to be released that was actually creating those mixed signals, that internal state of tension. It's showing me that it's like an energetic disruption. Like you would feel good about something, be pulled towards it, feel intuitively aligned with it, but then some sort of inner conflict, fear, tension, or whatever, resistance would come up inside of you. And it was restricting this manifestation from coming into full form. You're seeing what you need to see about that now to clear that up and to streamline all of your energy into its most powerful, directed, and clear sort of path to really get what you want. Okay. It also seems that this other person is doing the same thing, or something very similar. You could both have some Scorpio in your chart. Leo is also here as well. Both are very deep and strong and have a very large capacity when it comes to the heart, specifically, just in different ways. Okay. So your current truth. Keep in mind that if the roles are reversed, that's normal for a general reading, so just take it how it hits for you, okay? But your truth is coming out as the Three of Pentacles, and it is with this card which says, and you, what would you do for love? This is like a mural that was on a wall in LA. Venice Beach, and I took a picture of it when I was there because it's very Lisa coded. And you, what would you do for love? It's kind of like a dare, right? Like a provocation. And it feels like you've accepted, challenge accepted, because the Three of Pentacles, you are actively putting time, energy, effort into an investment that is clear. You're laying the foundation for something to be built upon. And it could be a personal foundation through actively deciding to assert yourself and put work into yourself. But also it feels like making space in your heart, where maybe old stagnant stuff or the ghosts of past things were lingering and haunting your current experience because that, or even making you feel like there was no vacancy in your heart, no room for real love because those old ghosts, those old hungry ghosts were still in there, stirring shit up and confusing things and making you hesitant around what you would do for love. Okay. Tell me more about Scorpio's truth. The Magician. The Magician again. I put it in, it came back out. It seems that you haven't felt like you've been empowered enough or in dominion enough over your own heart space. Or over your truth or certainty surrounding something to really claim it in the way required, to really bring something together, to speak a clear truth from an embodied, confident, secure place that isn't looking for validation, isn't expecting a response, just is secure and certain in its own truth and willing to put that truth out there because it does know itself and it's not afraid. So it feels like that's what you would do for love, and it feels like that's the foundation that you're laying through just clearing up. Really, you're kind of building yourself up. You're pouring a lot of this love into yourself, and it feels like that is the foundation that you're putting down so that you can build a love that extends beyond yourself on top of that. But you're getting really clear on how you see yourself, how much you believe in yourself, the faith that you have in yourself. It feels like you're speaking life, stability, gratitude, generously into yourself. You're feeding yourself, nurturing and building yourself up through putting this foundation down. And you're doing it in the name of love. Okay. So this other person's truth is coming through as the Two of Swords. And it is with this card. It says opportunity, momentum, community, repression, and gratitude. Okay. This person is... They have a decision to make, and they currently hold two different truths. That they are... they're trying to sort out here. Let's see. They also recognize an opportunity that is gaining momentum, or it has the potential to gain momentum, and this could be let's just see what that is. What's the choice that this person has here? Can I see both sides? Okay. They have the same choice that you have. What will they do for love? Will they fight for it? Will they be bold for it? Will they embody their authentic, sovereign, empowered self for it? Because they have two choices. The first choice is the Eight of Cups, and the second is the Nine of Pentacles. It feels like the first choice is to shut down their heart space a little bit and walk away from you and towards another opportunity that could be opening up for them. Maybe they recognize that they have the potential for this to gain momentum and pick up speed, but it's something that is small. It's something that is restrictive. And while it's not a bad opportunity, it feels like it anchors this person into a specific community, or it's coming through as like a comfort zone. It doesn't push or challenge this person. It's something that's offered to them that actually, while it's being offered to them as something that is like a great opportunity that can really like benefit them and build momentum in their life, it also requires them to repress themselves in a way that they would have to disconnect from their heart space in order to do a little bit more. And they would have to walk away from this opportunity with you, it feels like. It would be like sacrificing this for that. It feels like this is being offered to them, though, like, this is an obvious choice. You should be grateful for this. Like, why aren't you just choosing it, you know, by whoever is offering it to them? But something about this, it doesn't feel totally right. Where is the Eight of Cups leading this person ultimately to, though? Like, what would come from this opportunity? The Two of Wands, it keeps them at a crossroads. It doesn't actually move them forwards. It doesn't really give them the momentum in life that it promises. It actually kind of, again, it's offered to them as this big grand opportunity that's picking up speed that it would be almost like silly to turn down, but really it ties them to, it restricts them. It restricts them and it keeps them indecisive in a way. I feel like it's because it's not what they really want. It might be because it's what is expected of them or what someone else wants for them. Maybe a community that they're already engaged with, or their family, or like their current surroundings or comfort zone, right? They would be growing and existing within that, but it's almost like they're a big fish in a small pond. Like, they need more room to grow into their full potential to be truly, I heard, actualized. To truly evolve in the way that their spirit wants to evolve. And I think that they sense that, which is why they're still on the fence, or they're indecisive. Then the other thing they could choose is the Nine of Pentacles. This is like standing on their own 2 feet, choosing something because it's what they want, not because it's just being offered to them or because it's easy or comfortable. But this would be choosing something that they're pursuing from a place of personal confidence and sovereignty. And it would actually establish them more. Like, they would, the Nine of Pentacles is personal growth and stability financially, in terms of health. Like, this would be, it's showing me that it would be more fulfilling for them, this path, but it also causes them anxiety to choose this path. So what is the path of the Nine of Pentacles? It's something that requires them to like strike out on their own and choose themselves over the expectations and obligations or projections of others, maybe, or just an opportunity that's presented as being an obvious choice, but is not truly the best choice for them. Basically, they're deciding if they're going to play small. Yeah, if they're going to remain restricted and small, which will not allow them to actually evolve into abundance, the King of Pentacles in reverse, because it's suffocating. It's little, right? It's like having a great white shark in a tiny little man-made pond. Bitch is not going to be satisfied, right? Yeah. That's what that feels like. Anything else about this person's truth? But that's why it causes them a little bit of anxiety. It requires them to move away from the past, to actively look at the past and say, this is not fair, this is not just, this is not what I want for my life, and I'm not going to settle. I'm going to create the life that I actually desire so that I can actually be fulfilled. It requires a level of confidence in themselves, and it feels like they haven't totally made up their mind yet. Okay. So, you're both faced with the same choice. It's just you're actively laying the foundation, and it doesn't feel like they are quite yet. So, the more ultimate or objective truth between the two of you currently is coming through as the Three of Wands in reverse. Okay. It's a push to make shit happen. It's kind of like the time is now. The time for waiting is not now. The time for lingering at this crossroads is not now. Now is the time where you're being like dared by the universe, or dared by your circumstances and the opportunities that those are offering, to really become clear on what it is that you want to manifest in your life and move boldly in that direction from a place of personal alignment and security. But it's not about sitting and waiting for something to come to you. It's about making shit happen. That's the personal, that's like the truth of what time it is now. And it came out with this card, which says, I won't let love disrupt, corrupt, or interrupt me. Let's clarify that. There's something about not, excuse me, not allowing love to be a disempowering force or experience in your life. Not something that makes you feel small and insecure, but taking action that cracks the heart open, or that softens it where it's becoming more rigid. Essentially, a choosing to engage with love in a healthy and empowered way, rather than allowing your hope, your faith, your perception of love to, this is very Scorpio vibes, to slowly become more and more jaded, really, and detached. It's like breathing life back into love and choosing the sun and knowing that it is your choice. But it does require action. It does require you to claim your heart. Because if you can't push past the anxiety, you won't be able to manifest, because you are not coming from a clear place, right? The Seven of Cups. all of this emotional stuff that's being like shaken up and coming up to the surface to be looked at, it's coming up to be sorted through so that you can find the truth of your emotional conviction and then move towards that with clarity and certainty and confidence, right? And it's not coming up to confuse you or to keep you stuck or stagnant, but it does require like you to acknowledge and address what's coming up and then be able to discern what is still resonant and relevant and what is not. And then choose the Two of Pentacles and the Queen of Cups with the King of Cups behind. Okay. Choose, basically just follow your heart. Once you have the clarity, follow your heart. Make the tangible physical decisions to move in the direction of your heart. Now's the time. That's the mutual truth between you. And I think you both know that, which is why you both have this like this question, this choice. And there is a level of like, not pressure, but it's like now is the time. Now's the time to make this choice. It's kind of now or never now, right? So in the near future, there's the Eight of Swords in reverse, which I'm a big fan of because it looks like the breaking through of self-imposed fears of the mind, like ruminations, things that have drained your confidence, kept you insecure, kept you defensive, kept you from ultimately following your heart in the past. Why is... I was like shuffling the deck with half of it right side up and half of it upside down, so that's not gonna work. Let's not do that. Okay. But yeah, this looks like breaking past restrictions, fear-based restrictions or self-limiting beliefs that have been holding you back, choosing to see the truth and then act on that truth and not allow fear to get in the way. The Star in reverse. There's something unhealed that it's been difficult to look at, and I feel that you're both pushing past that. Well, I heard distortion. Interesting. Maybe there's been a lack of clarity around what truly needs healing and what offers that healing versus what does not, what opportunity offers that healing, how to go about reconnecting or realigning yourself with really powerful hope that renews and heals on its own as well. That sort of like dissipates the fear in itself. Yeah, you're overcoming the fear of looking at that wound or that lack of hope. Yeah, I asked, in my mind, I asked what is giving them the courage to do this, to push past that fear, and the Ace of Swords came out. There's an undeniable divine truth that becomes very clear to both of you. And it looks like it's such a powerful truth that it resonates to the core of you and it gives you the strength and the courage to move in alignment with your own personal truth towards true fulfillment and love. And you guys already intuitively know what that is, it feels like, both of you, but you're just a little bit tired Yeah. I feel like for both of you, it's been like a long road towards the kind of love that you know you're truly capable of giving and that you desire in return, Scorpio. And I understand. As a Scorpio rising, Pluto and Scorpio conjunct, Moon and Chiron in the 8th house, I fucking get it, okay? It sometimes feels like no one feels or loves as deeply as we do, and so it always ends up feeling imbalanced, like we give more, we're more intimate, we're more attuned, we're more passionate, we desire the other person more, we're willing to sacrifice or open up, like give more of ourselves. And it can be like disheartening when you have enough connections where that balance feels off, right? You can stop having that hope that it's possible to actually essentially align with an equal, a true equal, who can give you what you have the capacity to offer. And it can become difficult to trust too. Situations that seem like they could give you that, because generally Scorpio's path, part of it is like involves deception and betrayal and having to like heal from trust issues. So you've probably had to, you know, deal with that and move past that and reinstill the truth that there is still hope for you to get what you want. The catch is that there was all this prerequisite, like experience and work and healing and integration that needed to happen that has left a residue of valid fear based on the things you've already experienced. But the important thing is that you're not the same person who experienced these things, and you don't need to be afraid of them anymore. Also, these things have already happened. They're in the past. They're not this present situation. So I think that that's the truth that you're uncovering as you sort through and discern this spectrum of feelings, and you kind of clear that emotional residue and you allow hope and truth to fill that space. You're going to find the strength to believe in what maybe you started losing faith in. And I think that's beautiful. And I know that you deserve it. So, I love it. I love it so much for you. Go forth and crack your beautiful little heart open and allow someone to meet you there. All right. Let's move on to Sag. Let's move on. Yeah, it's a beautiful gift that you offer, that intensity of the heart. It's too much for some to hold, and that's okay. It's better ultimately to know who can't hold that, because you're fixed water. And once you go all in, it can be really difficult to pull yourself back or to uproot that love from the depths of your heart, because it does go so deep and it is so intense. So because you are so all or nothing, so deep and so intense, and you love in such a profound and healing way, you need to make wise choices with your heart and honor those things about yourself, right? And choose people that have the capacity to meet you in that space or honor the way that you are, so that you're not making yourself smaller, so that you're not like watering down the beautiful gift that you offer just because somebody else can't handle it. Then they're not your person. And it is that black and white. So go get you the love that you truly desire and deserve. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on for Sag. Need to drink more. My throat is dry. Okay, what's going on? You can't get no satisfaction. What's up? Who's sending love? You need the sun. Make all the room for the sun. It's so confusing when it's your moon and rising and his sun. Oh, God. Yeah, when you get a lot of Scorpio energy together in a dynamic, it's a lot. It's ironic because, like, no one knows how to handle Scorpio energy like another Scorpio, but also if two, like, Scorpios come together that are still somewhat wounded or have trust issues, God help you. Speaking from personal experience. What's up, Star Lava? It's like you will trigger the shit out of each other and you will be forced to reckon with the past, with the deception, the betrayal, the lack of clarity. And the love has to be strong enough and brave enough to move beyond that and truly get what it is that you want. And what it is that you know in your deep in your heart you actually need. You wouldn't be satisfied with a lukewarm love. Come on, let's be fucking real. Nothing about that really appeals to you. Let's be honest. Depth of emotion is essential for life. I 100% agree. He thinks he's mastered his emotions. I beg to differ. Well, emotional repression is not necessarily emotional mastery, so that's one thing. You do deserve that, Christina. Don't settle for less. Okay. Let's see. You're gonna get some more sleep. Do it. You've been lacking. So if you feel called to it, allow my voice to put you in a sweet, sleepy slumber. Okay. What's up, Sag? What is up for Sag? Turn it into an ASMR reading. I can do that. I just have to be a little more like conscious and intentional of keeping my voice in that frame of mind. What am I doing? Okay. I feel like I gotta reshuffle because I just got distracted and messed it up. Maybe focus. There we go. All right. Sag. What's going on? Okay. Allow me to tune into my Vedic Sagittarius stellium and claim this reading because this looks beautiful. You could be dealing with a Scorpio or an Aries. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's get some oracle cards. Okay, show me Sagittarius. What? Okay. Relatable. This other person's true. Okay, why are you running away, bro? You and this person. Alrighty. If you say so. Let's see. Tell me about the ultimate truth between Sagittarius and their person. I'm totally nocturnal. Guys, I'm a Scorpio rising with a night chart, like completely night chart. I am alive at night. I love the intimacy of the night. Everything about the night is better than the day. I said it. There you go. I fucking said it. No regrets. Okay, what's that about? Yeah, the sun is whatever. It's whatever. I'm just kidding. Okay. Is this card correct? Because it's confusing. Okay. It's not correct. That's more correct. I was like, this doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, there it is. The pen. The pen. Hi, Sag. I hope you guys are doing excellent as can possibly be. Let's see what is going on for your reading. So keep in mind the roles could be reversed because it's a general reading, so just take the side that resonates more with your truth. And also keep in mind that this is just the current energies, the current truths. It is by no means set in stone. So this can always change and most likely will change. It's just a snapshot of the current reality between you, okay? Okay, so the current energy between the two of you guys is coming through as the Tower in reverse. Okay. You're a little bit scared, huh? I know you don't like to admit that you sometimes do get scared, just like the rest of us. But baby, fear is human, so it's okay. I see you. The Tower can be intimidating. It's Mars energy. And so it encompasses, you know, action, assertive action in a specific direction, action that makes shit happen, action that has consequences. Not bad consequences, but action that will irrevocably change things. It feels like right now that's somewhat being avoided or like put off. Like, I'm aware that this is necessary. However, maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday, maybe next week, next month, 2 years from now, who knows? But potentially today I feel more comfortable just hanging around and not putting something into motion that's going to like transform my whole reality or trajectory. So it feels like right now maybe there is an action that with the Tower it's kind of like inevitable that something will happen. And it feels like it could even be like you could be feeling, both of you could be feeling the pressure around the need to make a choice and then take distinct, like, clear and direct action on it. However, it still feels like there is a bit of a lack of investment where it is required, or possibly procrastination, and it's coming from a place of fear. So let's see more about this current energy, the Tower in reverse. The Eight of Cups, because I'm hearing this song by the Talking Heads, Burning Down the House. Burning down the house. It's such a good song. Okay. Let me stay focused. This action requires letting go of something that has not been emotionally fulfilling. The assertive, big, bold move that needs to be made, it requires choosing between what is comfortable but maybe complacent and not fulfilling on an emotional level versus walking out on this unknown path that leads, well, you don't really fully know. You just know that where you are hasn't been fulfilling. And I think that that has to be enough. You can't really have all of the answers all the time, and you're usually okay with that. But there is something around this, like this is a big action with big implications with that Tower energy. The thing is, like, whatever it is that you're maybe hesitating to walk away from, you and this person, holding on to it isn't sustainable. You will eventually get to the point where you evolve beyond it or release it because you're not happy. And I don't think that you're going to stay there. It's just, I think that you're standing right on the edge of this threshold. And stepping out into the unknown is a little bit intimidating. Okay, so let's take a look at your truth first, which is coming through as the Three of Pentacles. And then you have this Oracle card, which says, I desire intimacy. However, this is the little robot guy who is desiring intimacy, and he's looking a little bit spiky. A little bit. He's like, come closer, and then you get impaled on his armor, basically. So, mixed signals happening here, right? It's giving Scorpio. So, maybe you're working with a Scorpio or dealing with a Scorpio. But it feels like what you would need to walk away from on your side of things is you would need to reconcile the places where you've gotten a little prickly in order to protect your heart, where you've gotten a little bit defensive and you're actually blocking the intimacy that you desire, or you want to be seen and understood and feel safe being vulnerable and stripped down and intimate with someone in a relationship. But there's fear around that desire that has been creating a restriction or an imbalance in how you actually show up and build intimately with people in relationships. And I think that this has become clear to you recently that that's something that needs to shift. In other words, if you want love, you're going to have to give some away. If you want to be seen, you're going to have to trust enough to open up and make yourself visible. All right? Intimacy is a two-way thing. So, let's see. You're building something, though, with the Three of Pentacles here. Tell me about that. You're planting something. Okay. A Three of Cups in reverse, King of Wands in reverse. Is that what is healing? Or is this a current hurdle to truly building intimacy? Yes. Okay. Okay. For some of you guys, you've experienced difficult relationship dynamics. Specifically, I'm seeing like abuse of power or power dynamics, and like authority, hierarchy of authority is a theme. So this could be someone misusing authority, or being corrupt or unfair, unjust in a relationship. Now that can be with family, that can be with friends, it can be within community, and it can also be within your romantic relationships. But I'm seeing that it's been a theme. For some of you, this is a dynamic that was learned through, like, you witnessed unhealthy relationships through either community or your family as a child. And that may have created an attachment style of either, you know, it's most likely avoidance with this, but it could also be an anxious attachment style, because all attachment styles are connected to the same wound or fear, which is of being fully seen, being yourself and allowing yourself to be fully seen. Because for whatever reason, when that conditioning took place, you were taught one way or another through inconsistent validation or care or support from your caregivers that just being you wasn't enough, or just being you was too much. So you learned how to shape shift yourself and either be hyper independent, which then cuts you off from, or eventually makes you fearful of true intimacy, right? Makes it more difficult to be truly intimate and vulnerable when you avoid it for so long. But then the flip side is overcompensating, people pleasing, out of anxiety of losing, like overextending yourself from a place of being afraid of losing something or someone. But it feels tender, and it feels like this is some sort of conditioning or something that was formed when you were younger. It could have also been in a relationship that you were in, like in formative years. It doesn't have to just be from your family, but it feels like there was an experience where you felt taken advantage of, exploited, or treated unfairly. And I think that you've dropped a lot of the grief around that, and you've moved away from the past. That's not what you're struggling with now. Now it's that there's this misalignment within yourself that needs to be, you're kind of building a new foundation from the ground up that is not based on that imbalance. And the imbalance is that you desire intimacy, but you're also terrified of it simultaneously. So it's like you ultimately create distance between yourself and the thing that you want most. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So however that's showing up for you, it feels very valid. I mean, there's a reason why you're guarded, because you have experienced pain and injustice, but you're also ready to experience more. That requires you to open up and let that in. So it feels like that's your truth. You're trying to build a foundation. You're planting seeds where you're building a foundation where you feel safe within yourself so that you can open up. So it could be that you're working on figuring out where your boundaries are and how to hold those boundaries and what you are capable of offering and what is too much, like what blurs the lines between you honoring your own needs and feeling safe, right? I think that that's what you're kind of establishing as a foundation. You're just becoming really clear on what you need to feel safe, but you're being honest with yourself about it, and you're looking at this, these patterns or conditioning or this wounding or fear that would prevent you from truly getting what you want, right? Okay. So this other person's truth, it's kind of funny because you're kind of, well, there's a similar theme. It's the Hierophant with this card. And I don't know if you can see, but there is like a little person walking alone down this big, long beach. Okay. Are we seeing a common theme here? This person is committed also, it feels like, or they're comfortable with being committed to a level of isolation. And it's like, it genuinely makes them, they enjoy their own company, and it genuinely pleases them to spend time with themselves, but it just feels like that got thrown off balance. It's no longer in moderation. It's really healthy to enjoy your own company and to be comfortable spending time by yourself. If you can't be by yourself, well, then there's a lack of self-love and self-acceptance that should be looked at, because that's not healthy, right? We need to be able to be independent and to be alone with ourselves. But when that reaches a point of isolation where we can no longer, where we're committed to being alone and not letting others in, then we're robbing ourselves of something vital that we need as humans, and that is connection. So it feels like this person, they feel things, specifically feelings and love, and they're conflicted about it, possibly because they also, like you, feel like they might have to give something up that they've become accustomed to, and that maybe fulfills them to some degree, but not fully. It more so just feels comfortable and safe. But it's not truly safe, because it cuts both of you off from what it is you really want most, which is love and intimacy. And to truly be seen and be safe in someone's presence. But this person is also aware that they've formed some unhealthy, like, coping mechanisms, right? They've become somewhat numb or disconnected maybe from their heart, or they've maybe have some slightly selfish behavior patterns that they are just as disappointed by as other people who are affected by them. So this person, they could also be maybe slightly avoidant, right? And then when they act in an avoidant way, they end up hurting people that they genuinely care about and pushing away things that they want, right? Intimacy that they want out of fear. And their nervous system convinces them that because of the relief they feel when they push away. Like, so a person with an avoidant attachment style, when they push someone else away, it's because they feel threatened because that person's getting too close. They're getting too close to the intimacy that they actually really desire, but it feels scary and overwhelming. And they're afraid of being consumed or losing themselves in the very intimacy that they desire. So they push away. Usually they self-sabotage, they some sort of avoidance, right? And their initial feeling when they do that is relief. It's not, oh shit, I just fucked this up by pushing away that person that I love. It's like, whew, thank God. It's their nervous system lying to them and saying, you did the right thing, buddy. You know what? No. They gave into their ego, really. That's what that really is. Giving into the fear and the woundedness and then responding from a triggered place from out of that, right? It's not the relief that your nervous system is signaling to you is based on the self-preservation that you've formed to protect yourself, not on reality. Like you really just removed yourself from a true threat. No, you just resorted to your comfort zone, which feels safe, but is not truly fulfilling, right? So it feels like that could be an element for both of you. Like you push each other away, or you somehow self-sabotage or come between yourself and true intimacy. You throw that off balance somehow. But the experience that you're having without that intimacy is not emotionally fulfilling. It's just that being called out into something that feels scary and unknown is overwhelming. And so taking the leap into that feels really challenging. And I get it. I totally get it. There's about 90% of the world's population does not have a stable attachment style. We all have these wounds that we're acting out of, and it's our responsibility to heal ourselves. And some of that healing can only take place in relationship to other people. It can't happen from an isolated space, because how do you build trust that has been lost? You have to be in a relationship where trust is built, and then you feel safe, right? And it's okay to take it slow. It's okay to take it one step at a time. But if you stop challenging yourself, then you are going to lose your connection to the heart space. And it's going to become more and more scary to be vulnerable and connect in an intimate way, right? So it feels like the two of you're gaining a higher perspective on a way of being that has actually come from an imbalanced place of personal insecurity and fear. And you're seeing that if you want this desire fulfilled, then you're gonna have to stop investing in this old way of doing things and approach the situation differently. So the ultimate truth currently between the two of you is this 10 of Pentacles, with this card that says, what would you do if you weren't afraid? Okay, that's pointed. You're surrounded by abundant energy right now, both of you. You have the opportunity to build something beautiful and expansive and abundant and secure, long-lasting and safe. But it needs a solid foundation. Which means you both have to enter into this energy conscious, present, intentional, and choosing to acknowledge the fear that's there, but not allow that fear to dictate whether or not you move towards the thing that you truly want anymore. It feels like this is a challenge, and it has a big payoff, it looks like. The 10 of Pentacles is like, I feel like this could be very abundant, very long-lasting. This could be someone that you build a life with. have a family with if that's what you want. But that's like legacy energy. It's very stable and long lasting. But it does have to be chosen. Okay. And I feel like it has to be actively chosen over and over again until that feeling of safety and being able to trust replaces or pushes out the fear. Okay. But it looks like you guys are both being faced with this question. What would you do if you weren't afraid? If that fear didn't exist, hypothetically speaking, what would you do? Because it feels like that is what you're being called to do. And it's not about denying or repressing the fear. It's about fully acknowledging it, but then choosing something different. Because courage isn't the absence of fear. It's just deciding not to allow fear to make your life small. You are bigger than the fear. Fear is just a filter that we see life through, and you can just as easily choose to see life through the lens of hope or faith. You know? So in the near future, you have the King of Cups. Okay. What is this? It feels like, I don't want to say cautious, but regulated, intentional movement forwards, despite fear, despite insecurities. It's like recognizing those things and then moving forwards towards love at a pace that is slow and steady so as to not overwhelm or freak yourself or the other person out. And it feels like you're meeting in this space. There's an extremely deep love between the two of you, or the potential for it. The Lovers and the King of Cups, that's deep. But it's not all being revealed at once. It's not being like spilled out all or nothing. It's being moved towards or revealed or built brick by brick, step by step, at the pace of the Knight of Pentacles, which is very stable. It's like it might take you a bit longer to get there, but you're definitely going to get there. You're not going to be derailed by fear, by insecurities, by triggers. Because the thing is about this is that you're unlearning fear to choose love instead. And that's a process, right? Because there's something that's being unlearned and unintegrated. And it takes courage even just to look at that, because you're looking at the fear that you're moving beyond. You're looking at the insecurities and the triggers, and that takes courage. That takes emotional intelligence. That takes personal security and knowing what you want and believing that what you want is possible. But that doesn't mean you have to be like fools rush in, you know? You can still move towards that responsibly so that you feel safe and protected, but not defensive. There's a difference. Okay? But that's what I see for you guys. Sag. So we're going to move on to Cap now. But it feels like taking tangible physical steps away from the past and into like not procrastinating or putting off, embodying and expressing yourself from a place of knowing your worth, knowing your value, knowing your capacity. If you desire something, that desire is there for a reason, not just to taunt you, not just to fill you with regret every day that you don't pursue it. It's there because it's telling you something about what your spirit wants, what your heart wants. Desires are put in us for a reason. We're supposed to trust them. And I don't mean just like any old desire, anything that you lustfully feel pulled towards, just like letting yourself be pulled in that direction. I mean like the kind of desires that they persevere even when you maybe wish that they wouldn't. You're like, I wish that would go away and stop calling me towards it. But if something consistently shows up and is pulling you from the heart and soul, then chances are that thing is meant for you. And that's why it's so persistent in its pull. So you have to be able to discern that. But I don't think that there's anything to truly fear. The Ten of Pentacles is pretty solid and dependable. You still have to use your own discernment, but that is what I see for you, okay? All right, we're moving on to Capricorn. Capricorn. My sexy little devils. Where you at, buddies? Let's see. What are you guys talking about? You wish you could shift your sleep so you can sleep in the evening and make the most of the early morning hours? Yeah. Good night, Jean. You're probably already gone. What's up, Trey Trey? Well, Trey Trey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Intentional movement towards love at a slow pace. Yeah, take your time. I mean, generally the things that are... Generally you can't rush something that you want to last, right? Even think about like architecture. They used to actually take time building things, and that's why those things lasted. That's why there are ancient ruins that still haven't fallen down. Meanwhile, we have houses that go up in a day and could be blown over by a slight breeze, it feels like. You know what I mean? Like, those things are not going to last, nor do they have the same like beauty or depth. If you want something to last, then give it the time and the respect and honor its growth, its progress, and what you put into it. You know, like, be patient with it. Treat it like something that is the Ten of Pentacles, that is an investment long term, right? Don't be afraid to take your time. Appreciate you too. Okay. Let's see what's going on for my Cappies. What's going on? Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I think I can turn this fan off now. I'm kind of getting a little chilly. Tell me about Capricorn's truth here. However, I think it is helping my laptop not overheat, which is really great. Okay, you're not trusting. You're not trusting the third eye. That doesn't seem very practical and Capricornian. I'm just playing with you. I have a Capricorn, Mars, and stellium in the second house. Trust me. My own practicality and Capricornianness gets in my way as well. Okay, tell me about this other person's truth. Okay. And the ultimate truth. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to unpack this one. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Oh my goodness. I am gonna turn this off, I think. And if the laptop overheats, well, then we'll deal with it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. This couch is so freaking squeaky, I can't. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I guess I should timestamp before I turn the brightness all the way down on my screen. What is this? 20. Okay. Hello, Capricorn. I hope you're doing really well, my sexy little devils. And let's see what's going on in your world here with this particular situation, okay? Let's see if we can shed some light. So, keep in mind that this is just the truth for now, not forever, okay? And also the roles can be reversed. So if I'm talking about your truth and it sounds more like this other person's perspective, then you can just take it how it resonates, okay? All right, so the current energy between the two of you is coming through as the Seven of Swords. Okay, I'm getting an interesting message. Some of you don't have anyone romantic in your life currently, and both sides of the equation are actually highlighting a different part of you, specifically two different elements that may be somewhat at odds with one another right now. And it's surrounding you actually manifesting and calling in someone. But it feels like you're slightly at odds. So that might be the message, that you're indecisive about calling something in, about truly, genuinely focusing your attention and manifesting like love or partnership. And you're getting in your head about the choice to seriously claim or pursue that desire for some reason. Okay. Let's see. All right. Tell me more about the Seven of Swords. Yeah. I'm getting this is a story for you. Is this the story for all the Capricorns that are watching this, or do I need to spin it both ways. Is this? I feel like for the Capricorns that are watching this reading, it's what I said before. It's about two different elements of yourself. So if you are dealing with someone else, I would cross watch, like watch that person's astrological sign or watch another placement in your chart, and maybe you'll get a different perspective. But this reading particularly is kind of highlighting where you are at odds with yourself in regards to even like admitting your desire for and like taking it seriously around love, your desire for love. There's something here about the belief that pursuing love is going to throw you off course or destabilize your current level of security. Essentially, that it's going to bring an element of chaos into your life that will deteriorate at what you've already built, or put what you are building in a state of, like, it would be a liability, basically. Love would be a liability, a destabilizing, unpredictable sort of factor. And it feels like there's excuses and justification around not choosing it or not seriously putting time, energy, and effort into manifesting it. Why is that? Where's that coming from? It feels like it feels like you flip-flop back and forth between feeling like you are at peace with fulfilling other dreams and fantasies, but bypassing this one. Essentially, like, oh, I can be the CEO of a company, or I can be really independently successful, but a relationship just isn't for me. And that would throw off what I've already built in another area of my life. And I'm at peace with sacrificing one for the other. But then there's this unease that comes from the part of you that knows that you're actually capable of and meant to have it all. You're meant to have it all. Why are you limiting yourself? It's because having genuine hope in getting what you truly deserve stresses you out a little bit. What did Lana Del Rey say? Hope is a dangerous thing for a girl like me. Something about hope feels dangerous to you. It's like you're jumping ahead and you're just like, okay, but if I have the hope, then I'm just going to be disappointed. So why not just avoid the whole process altogether and skip the disappointment? How do you know you're going to be disappointed? I am going to push back on you because, bitch, you deserve it all. And I'm not the one who's going to sit here and be like, no, yeah, play small, you know, be a billionaire, but at the cost of love. No, why don't you be a billionaire and still have love and share your billionaire status with someone hot and caring and nurturing and stable, because you are capable of calling that in and sustaining that. So there's this one side of you whose truth is the Wheel of Fortune. With this rolling your third eye. It feels like you are being kind of uncomfortably confronted by the universe, and they're trying to challenge your current perspective. And you are like not trusting what it is you're intuitively feeling, maybe. You're telling me that your truth is, I believe that I'm meant to be abundant, but also there's some level of abundance or something that you're being prompted to move towards. Like your energy is naturally maybe being redirected and you're not trusting it. And it has to do with something like belief in something that is unseen, believing in something that has not actually come into being or taken form yet. Okay, I lied. I'm too hot without the fan on. So we're going to turn this ring light in my face is like immediately makes me too hot without the fan. So we're going to leave that on. Yeah, the universe is like, you can be successful in all of these areas. The Wheel of Fortune is Jupiter. It's very expansive. It's limitless, really. But you have to pursue what you want bravely to get it. And you're getting stuck at this place of believing that you will actually get what it is that you truly deserve and desire. But I feel like that's just an excuse at the end of the day. Because maybe you feel really equipped and qualified in certain areas of your life, but you haven't had as positive of experiences relationally, or you haven't opened your heart in a while because you've been focused on your personal success and achievements. And that's awesome. You should not give that up for love. But I think the main point is you can have it all. Okay. The other side of you, this truth is the Six of Swords in reverse with this card, which is interesting. Has Catwoman on it. Leathered up and looking like fire. This side of you is more convinced that you're it's almost like this side of you wants to like lean away from love and into like your villain era, where you just unapologetically pursue your own personal goals and achievements. You kind of like allow yourself to be selfish, not in a negative way, but like just to be centered and be the focus of your own life and not pursue something that would take away from that, like a relationship or a family maybe. But this side of you is almost like doubling down on that. I'm a baddie and I'm good just being a baddie on my own. And probably no one can match my freak anyways. So I'm just gonna not expand that perception or way of thinking, not move forwards in that, and just be where I'm at and be a baddie where I'm at. And it's like this side of you wants to convince yourself that you are, that that's enough for you, right? But I think that that ultimately feels incomplete in some sort of way to you. Not like you are incomplete without someone, but like that path feels like it's missing something for you. Okay. Let's see. So the ultimate truth, or the more objective truth that probably lands somewhere in between these two conflicting sides, is the Nine of Wands. And it's here with this, with this card. I love this meme so much. It's relatable. It's like, before meditation, I want to kill someone. After meditation, I know whom. I mean, where's the lie, though? Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes you go into meditation and you think you're going to find peace, and you just come out of it more clear on who you're pissed off at. or what you're pissed off about. You're like, you come out of it and you're like, where's a brick that I can smash in someone's face? That will bring me true peace. But okay, this is giving, okay, so the truth is that this is not without challenge, without effort, right? Calling this in is not just like, and now it's at your front doorstep. No, there is like energy and resistance within yourself that you're gonna have to push back on. You're gonna have to be like, challenge fucking accepted. I'm pushing beyond that. You're gonna have to make up your mind. And then you're gonna have to look at some things that piss you off to move past that resistance. Maybe stuff that pisses you off even about yourself and the path that you've taken. Right? Like, for instance, you could realize that this is more difficult to pursue now because you placed more emphasis on another area of your life or manifesting something else. And there wasn't so much a state of moderation, right? Like, you got really confident and successful in one area, but now you have to go back and strengthen the relational area of your life or something like that, or make space for it, carve space out for it in your life, something like that. But yeah, the objective truth is you can manifest this, but not from a place of fear and not from a place of half-heartedness. You need to fully admit that it is what you want, and then believe that it is possible. And the thing is, I feel like there's a part of you that is intuitively tuned into the fact that something is shifting in your world, that something is turning, the wheel is turning, and that is opening up space for something new to enter or to be added to your life. It's opening up your life for expansion, right? But in what way do you want to expand? Because you can expand in this way. You can expand by making space for a relationship, but you have to choose that from this like empowered place of knowing that that is what you truly want, and then fully claiming it and calling it in and being willing to face the resistance that comes along with that. Basically being realistic about what it's actually going to take. So finding that middle ground between the fears, which are unrealistic, and the effort that is truly necessary, but is not necessarily something to shy away from. It's just another challenge to overcome, and you're good at that. Okay. In the near future, though, is the Knight of Swords in reverse. Well, let's see what's going on with that. It feels like you don't quite know yet. You don't have the answer yet, at least not clear enough to make you confident moving forwards. But I think that something is transforming in a deep way within you. I don't think that you're avoiding the answer. I think that you're just in the middle of something shifting in a pretty deep way. And I think you'll have the answer on the other side of that transformation or transition. It's just about being open and honest with yourself as you move through that healing. Okay. Witness the ways that you are changing and make space for it. The moon in the upright and the sun in reverse. Okay. Okay. So there's some things that you are not seeing clearly from a place of isolation, and that's because there's a blind spot. There's a blind spot. There are things that we can't see in ourselves that others are meant to show us or illuminate for us. There is healing, again, that's meant to be done in relationship with other people. Basically, wherever wounds were incurred, those places generally need to be healed through relationship. as well. If the wound came from a relationship, then generally there's a level of healing that will also need to take place in relationship for you to fully like regain confidence in that area, right? Writing relationships off forever while just getting really confident in yourself and being alone, that's healing, but it's not the same healing. But it feels just like things are still unknown to you because you're in the middle of this transformation and things are deep. And it also feels like this transformation in typical Scorpio fashion is taking you into the depths of yourself, and it's forcing you to come face to face with your fears and your wounds. Because I think that they're kind of controlling things from behind the scenes. Specifically, there's this pervasive, like, I don't believe that I can have the fullness of what I truly want, and therefore I'm not even fully admitting the fullness of what I truly want. I'm just trying to convince myself that I want something slightly less that is still super abundant, but it's not fully claiming everything. Because you're afraid to have hope there, and that is understandable, but that feels like that's what you're working through in the near future here. And you might be doing some uncomfortable meditation. You're gonna be pushing up against some internal resistance, but that's okay. Only you can dissolve that. And it looks like that process is happening, and it looks like it's divinely timed as well. So, I think this is really good. All right, and I know you can handle it. I have full faith in you, Capricorn, so go get them, all right? Okay, it looks like you're learning how to dream bigger. And that's awesome, because when you can dream and imagine bigger, then you can create more expansively and more abundantly as well. But you have to admit the desire first to fully call it in. Can't dance around the outside of the desire and not fully claim it because you're scared that it's not possible for you. It is possible for you. I promise. All right, we're moving on to Aquarius. Okay. Aquarius. Let's see. Well. Ugh. Here. Aquarius. My little space cadets, my revolutionary aliens, where you at? What's up, red magnetic serpent? Hi, love. You're gonna watch the whole thing later? Aw, I appreciate you. Okay. Let's see what's going on. I do plan to do another live this week at some point. Probably, well, it actually might be tomorrow. Well, Thursday. It's Wednesday for me, technically. But potentially on Thursday, I think I will do another one. Then on the weekend, I have, like, my little sister has a wedding extravaganza and all of that, which I will be busy. Maid of honoring and all of that. But potentially on Thursday, we might do another All Signs. more shuffle. Show me clear and direct messages around Aquarius and this dynamic. Okay. I'm gonna shuffle one more time. Two more times. Okay. Okay, holding it down, huh? Somebody's got to do it. Let's see. Okay. Oh. Okay. Some oracle cards. I love it. Okay. Okay, clarify the ultimate truth. Okay. Okay, what's the... Give me one more. Okay. Let me see. Okay. I see what's happening here. Okay. What's back in here? Alright. 628, where are we at? I need more light. Okay. Hi, Aqua. I hope you're doing wonderful. My sweet little alien babes. Okay. Keep in mind that the roles can be reversed. So if you feel like their side or their truth is resonating more with you, just flip it and take it that way, okay? And also, this is just the truth for now. It's a snapshot of where the energy currently is. So this can always change. You can always change this. You have free will. You have your sovereign agency and ability to assert yourself in any direction at any time, okay? Okay, so let's get into it. So the current energy between you and this person is coming through as the World. It feels like there's a pretty significant cycle that's closing out. Between the two of you. Now, it doesn't feel to me like a full stop ending, but let's clarify and get a little more information on that. It's coming through more as like a definitive choice for things to be different. Like, things will, you shall not pass. You know, it's things will not continue the way that they have been. They will either change or they will die, kind of thing. And it's pretty stern. It's Saturnian energy. It's your ruler. So tell me more about the World. It's like Saturn is saying, you've had enough time to learn this particular lesson, and now we're moving on to like another curriculum, you know, like, so it's time to pass the final exam here and then back to beginner brain, because we're starting a new cycle and new levels, new devils, you know, like that cycle is going to have new challenges. So integrate the lesson that we've been painstakingly teaching you. Saturn, right? A little bit stern, but for your highest and best good. A little bit of a hard ass, but from a place of tough love. Let's put it that way. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a clear call to not repeat something from the past, to move differently, to approach this differently. And that is actually required here, it feels like. Okay. Something is closing out that is not, once this lesson is integrated and moved past, it's like there's no going back. So either you sync up with someone and you close this cycle together and then you start a new one, right? Which it does feel like that's what's happening. There's just a little bit of like a, as something is completely wrapping up, it feels a little bit dense. It feels a little heavy. But I think that that's maybe because there's like a final boss that you're needing to fight, and that is the final exam. You know what I mean? You're both very capable of beating this and moving into the next sort of cycle or stage of things, but you also have to choose it. Okay? Okay. So your truth is coming through as the Queen of Cups. All right. Pretty beautiful. We love her. And it came out with this card, which says, you are often unaware of the effect you have on others. It's this little fortune cookie. Fortune. I love this. I love this. This is the energy of love having an undeniable impact, one that you don't always see, but it does influence and it does soften and it does liberate and inspire the love that you offer. That's because it's coming from a pure place where you are renewing that love within yourself, and so you're able to genuinely offer it generously, without hidden like price tags, without a hidden agenda, without the need for constant validation and getting it back. You're able to offer love freely, which is really healing and beautiful. And it does have an impact on other people. Okay, tell me more about Aquarian's truth. The Three of Pentacles in reverse, the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. This is something that you're not physically working on building with this person right now. This is something that you are indirectly feeding. In other words, I feel like you're loving this person from afar, and you're choosing to be at peace and trust and believe that your love isn't going nowhere, that love is not lost, right? That doesn't necessarily mean waiting for someone. I want to be clear on that. But right now, you're not directly building into an investment, laying a foundation with someone. But it's showing me that you are not afraid. You are at peace with keeping your heart open, and that your personal truth is that, well, Spirit is more so validating that you're not wrong. Your personal truth is you're choosing to have faith in the power of love, and you're choosing to keep your heart open and offer it to someone that means a lot to you. And Spirit is validating that by putting this card in your truth, because it's saying you are often unaware. So they're saying, yeah, this is true to levels that you're not even aware. So you're being really validated there. Okay. You have this inner knowing as well, and it's like it hasn't come to pass yet. But that's because there's a timing element, or there's been a lack of alignment, or some sort of cycle has needed to close before something is calibrated and able to truly come into form in a way that is sustainable and strong and true. I'm hearing as well. True. Okay. So this other person's truth is the Hermit in reverse. They could be a Virgo or have strong Virgo in their chart. They don't have to. With this Oracle card, get out of my head. I feel like this person's actually saying that more to themselves than they are saying, I want you to get out of my head. Although it could be a little bit of a mix. But the Hermit in reverse is someone who's not trusting themselves, the path that they've already walked, the experience that they've gained, and the wisdom that they've integrated through their experiences, you know? And so they can doubt, they can question, they can look at life fearfully or through the lens of paranoia or overanalyzing and expecting the worst instead of trusting themselves. And it feels like this is something that they're trying to break and close out. I think that there's this sense of them seeing how that has not served them, how it hasn't kept them safe, how it's just muddied their truth and has maybe kept them isolated or not allowed them to be honest with themselves about how they truly feel about certain things and whether certain things are genuinely for them and safe to pursue. They haven't been able to have hope because there hasn't been room for hope in their mind. They've been too fixated on worst case scenarios or self-limiting beliefs or assumptions that have kept them stuck. The good thing is that they're aware of this and they're giving it the attention needed. Yeah. It's becoming very clear to them. The Fool in reverse and the Moon in reverse. That's clear. That's clarity. It's being revealed to them. The opportunities that, like the leaps that they haven't taken, or that they haven't taken a leap of faith into this specifically. And it's because of fear. It's because of this paranoia, this overthinking, and essentially allowing themselves to function from a place of, yeah, like assumption, woundedness, paranoia, projection, shame. That they haven't been grounded in truth and they haven't invested in a way that accurately reflects their feelings into this connection. Not because they don't feel that it's for them, but because they feel they feel that this is for them. But there's some sort of lack mentality or victim mindset or fear, even a trigger or fear of being out in the cold that is between them and the lovers. It's like they feel kind of hedged in here. There's something that feels very much like this was brought to you on a silver platter by the universe. And I feel like it's love. That's the lovers over there. But what is preventing this from coming together, what's in the middle of it, has been this self-limiting belief or this personal insecurity that they're grappling with now. They're becoming more aware of how they've limited themselves by staying at a crossroads, by staying indecisive, by keeping options open, not specifically options with other like romantic partners, but just not choosing to fully move towards what they really want. Not choosing to put the effort in to put one foot in front of the other and move into the sun, move into a place of genuine deep fulfillment out of their head and the fears and projections and assumptions that they are creating, which is just illusion ultimately, not reality, and into the warmth of true fulfillment, which it seems like is available to them. So they're becoming very clear on this, and they know that they're going to miss an opportunity if they don't get out of their head. Okay. So the ultimate or a more objective truth currently between the two of you is the Eight of Pentacles. And it's with this quote here, which says, when you are congruent with your own essence, you're not trying to convince people of it, you're just being it. Okay. I really like this because I feel like it's indicative of both of you putting work into more fully embodying and expressing and living out of your true essence, your authentic essence. Not a place of fear and paranoia and being in your head to such a degree that it prevents you from actually living and engaging with life in a real way. And it feels like for you, it's just trusting the power of holding your true essence and the impact that that can genuinely have on other people. That you can show them by loving them that it is safe to open up. You can show them that it's okay to trust. and that there isn't always something to fear. But I really like this because it feels like both of you are putting the actual work in, and it's because you're passionate about this personal growth, this personal evolution. The Eight of Pentacles is like you're doing something because you genuinely give a fuck. It's not something that you feel like you have to show up for that 9 to 5 that sucks your soul dry. No, this is like I am showing up by choice because I'm consciously aware that there's a payoff for what I'm working towards and I'm passionate about it. So I'm gladly showing up and willingly putting the effort and the time in to do this. And it's beautiful because it is aligning more with your authentic being so that you can show up in your essence, not needing to overthink it, not even needing to be aware of it, and definitely not trying to prove or convince anyone of it, but just being. Not needing to be perfect, just allowing yourself to be good and letting that be enough. Because nothing in life is perfect. You'll be waiting forever if you wait for something to be perfect. And then you're going to wake up one day and you're going to be at the end of your life and you're going to have massive regrets, right? A lot of people have this. So it feels like there's a level of confidence in your true essence and spirit that's being activated because you're supposed to get what you actually deserve. And so is this person. So I really like that because you're not passive about it. Neither of you are. You're putting the effort in. And you're starting with yourself, which is where you need to start. So in the near future, you have the King of Swords. Ooh. Okay. That's your energy. The Six of Cups in reverse. Yeah. And the Knight of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. You're not rushing it. You're not applying pressure to yourself or crushing expectations onto yourself that are ultimately going to be a form of self-sabotage. You're just being really honest and clear about what hasn't been fulfilling in the past and what you are passionate about moving away from, because by moving away from that, you're moving more into yourself. And it feels like you're very clear, both of you, about what your truth is, and you're doing this. And I really like that you're just doing it very practically, one step at a time, despite not having all of the answers. There's a level of trust there, and it's rooted in you. Anything else about the near future here? I feel like this is happening with this other person. I don't feel like it's happening individually, independently. I feel like the two of you are coming together. This is so beautiful. You're about to find out, Aquarius, like how powerful your love and your heart really is and the impact and influence that it has on others. I feel like that's about to be validated. And I think it's going to surprise you, but I also think it's going to empower you and give you courage to move forwards in life, loving in an even more revolutionary way and affecting the world on even a grander scale, which is so beautiful. So you have the Page of Swords in reverse and the Three of Swords in reverse. And then at the bottom of the deck is the Ten of Cups with the Eight of Swords and the Four of Pentacles in reverse. This is good. You're addressing assumptions based in fear, and through addressing those things or answering unaddressed concerns, you're able to release pain, or you're able to release the assumption that there will be pain, or this person is. It's basically like this is putting someone's mind at ease through directly acknowledging fears, insecurities, and assumptions that they have had. And essentially being an open book and being empathetic in the face of someone's fears and triggers, choosing to hold an energy of love so that this person feels safe admitting what they really want, but also admitting the fears and insecurities that they have around that. And through addressing this together, those fears can be alleviated, they can be released, they can be moved through. When you don't address things, like, the only way out is through. The only way that you can truly transmute energy is by acknowledging it directly. What you resist will persist. Because energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed, and that happens through choosing to see it or engage with it in a different way, right? Choosing to move through it. So I think that this is really beautiful. I think you're deciding where it would be easy to walk away from something or give up on someone maybe, and potentially validate their worst fears or their deepest insecurities. Instead, you're choosing to boldly love and hold space for them in a way that shatters those fears instead. And it gives them the opportunity to do some really deep healing. And I think that it means a lot to this person. And I think that at some point you're going to understand how much it means to them. But for now, I think it's enough for you to just trust that in yourself. Validate yourself. Your heart is beautiful. It's strong. And holding space for people like this and loving them in this way does have an influence. It does have an impact, whether you always see it or not. So allow yourself to believe that. Believe in what you feel and the force behind it. And it will be validated down the road, I feel like. Or you'll become more and more aware of the true power of that. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, Aqua, I love you so much. We're moving on to Pisces now. Pisces, my fellow fishy friends. Let's see what's going on for you. Okay. Aqua, Moon, and Mercury. Aw. I'm pretty sure we've already discussed that we both have an Aqua Mercury. Okay. You speak in my language. Let's see what's going on for Pisces. Are you ready for the nodes to shift here at the end of this month, babes? You ready for that particular pressure to be taken off of your shoulders? It's been my nodal return, so I'm ready, you know? If it's been 2 years of alignment with my path of destiny, and while I'm grateful, the struggle has been real. It has been challenging. It's like, what would you do for love? What would you do for your dharmic path? How committed are you, Lisa? And I'm like, I'm reaching the end. I don't know. Wait, did I break this? I don't know if I did. Hold on. I need to stop getting distracted when I'm actually shuffling because I can't recall if I actually completed the shuffle. Okay, let's see. All right. Well. Okay. Let's see. Some oracle cards. Okay, one more for the ultimate truth. Okay. Let's roll the dice then. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. See what's going on. Where are we at? Why my lips are so dry, but they are. Okay. Hello, Pisces. My spicy Pisces fam. I hope that you guys are doing so well. You know that I love you endlessly. So, let's look at your reading here and get some more clarity. Keep in mind, this is just a snapshot of the current energies. They can change. It's just the truth for now, not forever. And also, the two sides can be reversed since it's a general reading. So if you feel like you are resonating more with the truth of the other person being your truth, then just take it how it is intuitively hitting for you and trust your discernment, okay? Okay. So, the current energy between you and this person is coming through as the Siren in reverse. This is an extra card from this deck, so we're going to clarify that a little bit. But it kind of feels like, to me, you're mutually not allowing yourself to give into the temptation of the other person. If the Siren card was in the upright in your mutual the current energy between you, right? That would be like there's a mutual attraction that's very strong, and we are allowing ourselves to be mutually pulled in by that. But in reverse, it seems more like the desire is there, the pull is there, but it's being perceived as like a temptation that should be avoided. And so let's clarify that further. It's too many. Okay. I do feel like, though, there's this idea that both of you have that you are moving away from something in the past that didn't work. And there's this sense of like, I did my best. I put in the most solid effort that I'm capable of. However, I feel like there's some form of illusion around that, and everything is not exactly as it seems. Either you're not truly letting go of one another, you're just kind of avoiding this temptation, like directing your attention elsewhere, navigating in another direction, but it's not actually leaving you, right? You're just averting your attention from it. Or there's something about, there's a way that you're telling yourself you did go all in or apply yourself in the past and that it just wasn't enough or didn't work, but really you did not. You mutually did not actually put in the full effort and the best of yourselves to this. You didn't give it your best shot, right? So let's see more about that. Can I get one card at a time though, please? The Five of Cups in reverse. You're letting go because there's grief that needs to be released, or you feel as though you can't hold any more grief. It's more of a sense of I'm worn down and I feel like I have to let go. Convincing oneself that I'm choosing this from a place of empowerment, but really it feels forced on you. It feels like something that you didn't choose. It just broke apart because it didn't have the strength to stand anymore. So I think that the illusion or the lie, maybe, the justification is I'm choosing this. I'm choosing to walk away from this because it's a temptation, it's unhealthy, and I'm asserting myself in an empowered way by resisting this temptation. But really something wasn't built on solid ground. And something wasn't sustainable. Also, both of you are holding or carrying grief that you don't have the strength to carry anymore. And it feels like you don't know how to let go of it or how to, excuse me, how to heal that grief together. And so you're walking away from each other to do it because you don't feel like you have the strength or the capacity, or you don't feel like each other has the strength or capacity for you to face your grief and work through it together. But there is this illusion that we chose this, or we are actively choosing this, but the Tower is saying otherwise. This is actually saying that there was an energy leak of disempowerment, the Ten of Cups in reverse. Feeling comfortable and confident individually and pouring into oneself, taking good care of oneself, but not feeling confident pouring into the relationship for some reason. Feeling drained by the relationship. But I don't think that that was because of this pull to one another. I think that this drain is actually coming from unresolved grief that was never addressed with one another. And so that will not go away. That will feel heavy. And the longer you carry that weight, that's why you feel tired. Not because something isn't meant to be, isn't aligned, isn't possible, but because you're not looking at the thing that needs to be looked at. And so it's weighing on you. Okay, so your truth is the Six of Swords. With this card, it seems like you might be slightly aware that things were not addressed, because it's with this card and she's saying, I don't really have much to say, but then inside her brain it says everything in the whole wide fucking world to say. So the Six of Swords, it's like you're trying to convince yourself that there's not much to say, or that it wouldn't make a difference to clear the air, to address something. So it feels like you are walking away and you're carrying this truth with you. But it feels like the way that you're perceiving the situation is hopeless, in the sense that you feel like your egos are in the way, or you both get triggered, or there's this energy of tit for tat where you can't let down your guard around each other to genuinely like let the love in. Ugh. There's just like a defensiveness and a hardness that the love that keeps coming up, and it's like you keep hitting that wall. You can't get past like these triggers that haven't been addressed, or these issues that people won't face head on in order to work through them. And so it's almost like, well, I guess I'll move forwards, biting my tongue, trying to convince myself that I have nothing to say, when really everything in the whole fucking world to say, right? So tell me more about this. It feels like you're moving out of that Five of Swords energy, though, because the more distance that you get from this, the more clarity you are receiving. It's just that the clarity is not what you are trying to convince yourself of as you walk away. It feels like the more distance you get between yourself and something, the more you realize that there is a lot unresolved. There is a lot you want to say, but you don't want to say it from a defensive place. You don't want to say it. You don't want to fight about it. You want to talk about it in a way that leaves room for actual fucking healing and forward progression. You don't want to hurt each other. You don't want to hurt someone, and you don't want to be hurt by them. You want to lay that to rest. But you also don't want to walk away from someone. It's really hard for you to emotionally detach, but you feel, both of you, you feel like you don't currently have a choice. Okay. Is there anything else about Pisces truth that you want to bring out here? You have some sort of fear about speaking very clearly about your physical insecurities, maybe, and the things that have prevented you from feeling capable of fully giving your time, energy, effort, and commitment to this. You've reconciled love. You've already made the judgment call on what this is to you and what you perceive as justice. And it feels like you perceive that justice would be coming together with this person. But there's been a lot of confusion, and there's been a lot of fear and woundedness, and maybe words spoken that weren't meant, and just illusion and delusion and deception, and maybe even some level of feeling betrayed or abandoned or rejected by each other that makes it easier to just focus on, it feels like, opening up to something new, or at least directing your energy and attention in another direction for now. Okay. So this person's truth is coming through as the Magician, which is mercurial energy. And it's with this card, which says, you've got to be brave to be out of style. You've got to be brave to be out of style, to rebel against the status quo. So there's something this person is manifesting or speaking into existence. They're trying to bring it into physical form or call it towards them. And it's something that is outside of the status quo. It's something that's outside of what they have traditionally experienced. Or it's something that they feel like the people around them will not understand or might scoff at, or it's like they feel that they have to be brave to choose whatever it is that they're trying to manifest. So what is that? That there's this rebellious kind of energy about it. But it feels that this person's pretty clear on what they want to call towards them regardless of that. So let's see what that is. What is this person manifesting? The High Priestess. They don't want to talk about it. Well, guess what? It's the Queen of Cups. And the High Priestess is you. So, you know, I feel like they're manifesting you, or they're manifesting... No, they're manifesting you. I was going to say just love, unconditional, mutual love, but it's you. Because why would they be like, let's hide this from... let's keep this top secret. No, it's you, okay? So if this is your reading, then this person is manifesting you, but there's something that requires courage for them to do that. It's not something that... maybe there's something like non-traditional or inconvenient about... this connection, something that would need to be overcome. A difference in values and beliefs, a difference in maybe from like societal values and beliefs, or religious values, or familial values and beliefs, something like that. Something that they feel like they have to be bold to choose because it's not expected, it's not what everyone will just accept or understand, but they're choosing to manifest it anyways. Can you tell me more about this person's truth? They're not doing this, they're very tuned into their intuition and their heart. That's what's giving them the clarity and the bravery to actually manifest this with the fullness of their their power, their strength, their energy, which I do feel like is pretty powerful. When this person knows what they want and they clearly communicate that to the universe through streamlined, like directed energy that is not scattered, confused, distracted, insecure, indecisive. This person is a very strong magician. They can bring things into form. And I really like the energy that they're coming at this from, because they're trusting their intuition and the truth of their heart, which means that they're in tune with their intuition and the truth of their heart. They also know their power. They believe in themselves, their ability to create that which they desire. But it feels like this person is aware that it has to come from the right place. It can't feel like they're being seduced into something. It has to come from like their own internal truth and choosing it from their own conviction. So I think that whatever grief this person is processing, because you're both processing or releasing this Five of Cups, right? It's given them clarity in their heart space and in their intuitive body. That's allowing them to manifest with confidence and conviction. They're keeping it kind of on the down low, though. The Seven of Pentacles in reverse, and they're not directly investing. They might be manifesting through pulling back their energy from unwise investments or places where they were getting distracted, or their energy was being divided and then weakened, right? Oh my God, the Sun and the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. They're not going small. They're going big. They want it all. They don't want any like half-ass, lukewarm shit. They want all or nothing. And that's what they're manifesting. They're manifesting alignment with fulfillment and joy and abundance. But there is something where maybe it's because what they are calling in, they're aware that it would be like an unpopular opinion, or the people around them. It's like it doesn't align. It doesn't feel traditional in some way. And so they feel like that's why they're manifesting and keeping it somewhat quiet, is because they don't want their manifestation to be influenced by the energies around them. For some reason, that's important. It's about them and it's for them. And they're not waiting anymore to pull it in. But there's something about this person, they don't feel supported, or like, yeah, they don't feel supported in manifesting this with you for some reason. There's some sort of external resistance to them moving towards you that I feel like you aren't aware of with this High Priestess energy. But it has prevented them from fully embodying and expressing their love for you, which they do feel. They may have tried to manifest this previously, but they were doing it in a half-assed way. They weren't fully committed to that, and that's because their energy was invested in other places that wasn't, so it's like their manifestation was weak. Essentially, because there was other things that were like diffusing their energy. So it wasn't hitting. It wasn't like having the punch that it normally does. Some sort of investment needed to be removed so that they could make space for the emotional fulfillment that they seek. And what they maybe had to cut out as well was like investing into rumination of the mind, like an unquiet mind, basically. A mind full of fear, doubt, insecurity, a mind that focused more on basically just not being, not having peace of mind surrounding what they truly desire. In the past, for some reason, they didn't have that, but they've uncovered that was coming from an insecure place, and it feels like they're breaking away from whatever restrictive cycle or habit or belief was holding them in that place. So it feels like quite a liberated and empowered energy over here, which is lovely. So the ultimate or more objective truth between the two of you is coming through as the Ace of Pentacles or stones. And it's here with this card, the crossed fingers. There is an opportunity available between the two of you. And it's like you're wishing on a star. You guys are hoping to get lucky here, hoping to roll the dice of fate, genuinely put your best foot forward and get what you want. It's like you want to believe that some sort of opportunity is still available or possible. So let's clarify that truth. It's looking like it is, but you just need to believe in it to bring it into being. The Page of Pentacles. You have to believe in it enough to open yourself up to it genuinely. And that requires a level of humility, of honesty with yourself about where you're genuinely at, the work that you still have to do, the things that make you uncomfortable about this opportunity, where there's a learning curve, right? Especially if there's something like there's a gap between you and this person that needs to be spanned, right? A distance that needs to be closed. It's coming through as like in understanding, but also physically as well. Like there needs to be physical presence and showing up consistently, like as if you just started a new job, you know, like a relationship is an investment. It's just as serious and requires just as much attention and consistency and discipline as a job that you show up for every day. You have to show up every day. It doesn't need to feel like a job, like this big, heavy obligation, but presence is required to build something. Yes, that's common sense, right? So it feels like however this was being approached in the past, it was exhausting because there was unresolved grief, and however this is approached, it's still available, but there needs to be humility and openness, basically adopting a beginner brain and starting fresh, like wiping the slate clean and genuinely holding hope in your heart that something is possible, and then embracing the opportunity fully as if you genuinely believe that it's possible, right? So that it actually has a chance to get off the ground and to be something. Okay. So in the near future is the King of Wands. It's Leo energy. There's an energy of sovereignty and self-leadership here, the willingness to take the lead, to take accountability, to assert oneself in the direction of your desires, right? To claim those desires passionately and then make choices to move towards them. So tell me more about the King of Wands in the near future. Is this both people? Yeah. What? The Knight of Cups. It's both of you. You're moving from a confident heart space, or you're allowing the truth of your morals, values, desires, integrity. Basically, you are getting really clear on the kind of person that you want to be, and then you're confidently embodying and expressing yourself as that person. You are taking charge of your own life, and you're leading yourself towards what it is that you want, specifically taking action based on the truth of your heart, based on how you really feel. And this is both of you doing this. So it's an openness, a disarmedness in your heart space that is backed by this genuine confidence in oneself and what you are capable of and what you desire and what you want to achieve. And then because you have that belief in yourself, you're trusting yourself enough to disarm your heart, to be emotionally available, to be empathetic and understanding towards one another, to not listen to what the other person is saying just so that you can respond defensively, right? Or justify yourself, but to listen to actually hear the other person so that you can create understanding, trust, and repair an emotional connection between the two of you that's felt heavy. Okay. You're doing this despite fear that you feel that if you do move forwards and pour your heart out, that it's just going to leave you high and dry. You're facing that fear head on, and you're doing it anyways, feels like. Anything else about the near future for Pisces? Yeah. No, I just feel like there's a truth that you each had to come to specific truths on your own. It feels like outside of this. It's almost like this kind of feels like right person, wrong time kind of energy, where you may have come together at a point where you genuinely wanted to build something, but there were things that needed to be realized and worked through or even released in order for you to see clearly why you wanted this and to claim it, and then to understand how to build it sustainably. And so you could have tried to cut corners from a relatively innocent place, right? But like bringing something together without doing the prerequisite work. And so you kept running up against these resistances or hitting the same wall that would have been really frustrating and painful, right? And that frustration and pain, that grief of something not coming together, it could have really worn you and this person down, and you could have directed that frustration and grief at one another when really you were both frustrated at the fact that something that you really wanted to stay together was falling apart. But it wasn't falling apart because of a lack of love or a lack of desire. It was falling apart because it wasn't built in a sustainable way. And so it didn't feel safe or solid in the ways that it needed to. And I think that's because you individually didn't feel confident and open with one another in a way that felt authentic and safe. So you would have sensed that in one another, a level of insecurity or inauthenticity, and that would have made you maybe question yourself, each other, whether you could trust this. But I'm seeing you work through that in the near future and come together, potentially. Yeah. Yeah. You're breaking away from the restrictive patterns and cycles that kept you from embracing love because they were fear-based. And you've rooted those out. And in doing so, you've made space. You've made space for the love to exist. Okay. That's what I got for you, Pisces. I hope that resonated with you and was helpful. that's the end. We've reached the end. I hope that you guys enjoyed that reading, that it was helpful for you, that it gave you some perspective that helps you move through. What's my tattoo of? I got this specific tattoo when I was in Japan, and it's obviously the yin yang, but then this says kintsugi, which is, it's like an art, but it's also a philosophy that is basically, it represents, or it directly translates to like golden repair or golden mending. So I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures of like broken ceramic bowls that they then fill in with gold. And the whole philosophy behind it is that those broken, when mended with gold, you're actually more strong where you were once broken. And so it talks about mending the broken parts with gold and then seeing that as actually something that strengthened you and balanced you out rather than something that weakened you or took from you. So it's kind of a way of like reframing the things that break us and creating or alchemizing strength out of them instead of feeling weak. So yeah, I think it's pretty inspiring. And so I got a tattoo when I was in Japan of that. And that's what that's of. I have a couple other tattoos, but that's that one. But anyways, I am sending you all of the love in the world as per usual. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you for being here. And I will see you most likely on Thursday. So in like another day for another all signs. And then again, I'll see you then the week after. But yeah, I hope that you guys are doing well. I hope that you're struggling through this emotional Mercury retrograde in Cancer. Hopefully the fire of Leo season will help pull us through. We can hope, right? I know that we're strong enough to do this. but yeah, that's what I've got for you for tonight's reading. Mwah. I'm sending you lots and lots of love. Stay safe and well until we speak again, and I will see you again soon, okay? Bye, you guys.